rule.
I know. Where's Judy?
All right, the chair deems that there's a quorum. The legislature is now in session. Senator Guthers, I believe we're still on 92?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. We are now on Amendment 4. If you look at your compendium. Yes. Yes. Please.
Mr. Speaker, before we go to Amendment 4, if we could just go back to Amendment 3, I just had an inquiry, and that is Section 2. On that subparagraph E, on page 5, on line 6 there, that paragraph starts out with that the Commission shall conduct reviews of notices of personnel actions of employees from the classified service. I guess that there is a new sentence from what the old language was. I mean, that's an addition to what the original language is. And I just wanted if we could get some clarification. Does this then mean that Civil Service Commission is under some obligation to go out to the various agencies and dialogue with the HR people and say, okay, show me all your adverse actions. How come we never received this notice or whatever, as if to go out and do an audit? So I'm just needing some clarification because that's new language.
Yes. No, the language refers to documents.
Who is that?
Not me. The language refers to personnel actions. Those are forms, copies of which are supposed to be submitted to the Civil Service Commission. That's what it means.
Okay, all right, fine, and that's fine.
That's satisfactory, Senator Adams?
Yes.
Please continue, Senator Guthers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we start with Amendment number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and that appears on page 7 of Bill 92. Now, the amendment proposed on page 7 is in Section 2, Item I, line 2. And the amendment is to insert at the end of the sentence, quote, "The Commission shall adopt rules and procedures to handle such appeals," unquote. This amendment, Mr. Speaker, is necessary in order to give the Civil Service Commission the specific authority to promulgate rules on the subject of whistleblower complaints.
We're on the regular bill. I mean, it's on 92, the bill itself, not her amendments. And it's on page 7. It's I. Yes, the top of page 7 is I from page 6. Are we all on the same page now? Does everybody understand what we're doing? Senator Blas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. And if the author of the amendment can yield to a question, the question basically is, who has that responsibility right now?
Well, it's very interesting that no one really has a specific responsibility at this time. This is one of those things that was overlooked when the original civil service law was changed and certain functions were moved over to the Department of Administration. In talking to officials involved, my understanding is Some government employees have filed whistleblower complaints with the Department of Administration, but they have not moved. So this would make it very clear that the Civil Service Commission may entertain whistleblower complaints, but must establish rules and procedures in order to handle them in an appropriate manner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that, notwithstanding the information provided by the author of the amendment, I'm a firm belief that incidents such as this actually should be handled by the Attorney General's office in some division there. I don't know. I think that we still need to be able to look at that if we're going to transfer that authority from one place to another, and what are the legal ramifications. I mean, whistleblower, this is actually more of a against the law as opposed to against a policy or regulation. That said, though, when you read this, it says the Commission shall adopt rules and procedures to handle such appeals. You talk about complaints at the start of the paragraph, then you end up with appeals. I'm just a backstreet lawyer here, but complaints and appeals are two different things. And I don't know whether we should make it to handle such complaints as opposed to such appeals. Because when you appeal a decision that has been made.
Mr. Speaker, if I may. Yes, I think if the word is changed to complaints, that would be reasonable.
Okay, so so that we can, in the process of moving things along,
Yes.
I'd make an amendment to change that word from such appeals to such complaints.
I'm not sure, and I probably shouldn't be speaking from here, but it seems to me that if a person makes a whistleblower complaint and adverse action is taken against them, the adverse action that results from them whistleblowing is the appeal that this is referring to.
Actually, then this is where the confusion is at, because then it says complaint in the top. Are we there going to handle the whistleblower complaint, or are they going to handle an appeal as a result of a complaint?
Could be both. Clarification, may I provide, Senator?
Do you want to, well, not take a break? You have like 11 others. Can you have somebody from your office clarify this with the AG's office and the Civil Service Commission, and let's move to 5?
Okay. We can do that.
I have
but
no problem.
may
I have no problem with that.
May I just offer one point?
Sure.
Thank you. I think part of this also is retribution against employees that make complaints.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, that's the.
And so it's trying to figure out whether or not the retribution that's taken is the employee grievance appeal. So someone's going to have to clarify the language between those two agencies while we move to 5, please. Otherwise,
And I have no problem with that. Again,
All right, I will,
my concern
do
here is, first off, who handles the complaint?
All right, we'll clarify that. Thank you. All right, so if there are no objections, Mr. Speaker, we'll move to number 5 while we're getting clarification. Thank you. Okay. Number 5, this amendment is also on page 7, and it appears in section 5 at line 19. And the amendment is to strike the whole section. Now, this amendment to delete the proposed language originally contained in Bill 92 is necessary in order to leave the subject section as it already exists, since the Commission has since collaborated with various human resource offices throughout the government of Guam and agrees to transparency of Commission activities. The Commission expressed the need to speed up the rulemaking process in my discussions with them with reference to the Administrative Adjudication Act. And a possible alternative would be to shorten the time the Commission's rules have to sit at the legislature after filing with the legislative secretary to possibly 45 days instead of the current 90 days. That was one of the suggestions they have made to me. Mr. Speaker, I asked the legislative clerk, should this amendment pass, to renumber subsequent sections to reflect this action.
On the amendment to exempt the Civil Service Commission from the Administrative Adjudication Act, does anybody wish to speak on this amendment? Senator Ada, did I see your hand go up, Senator Blas? Yeah, okay. Senator Director, your point of inquiry.
Thank you. To the maker of the amendment, now the way I'm looking at this is that if we strike, this amendment goes to strike the language that says that the Administration Adjudication Act is not applicable and therefore it will be applicable. If we approve this amendment, then they're still subject to the Administrative Adjudication Act.
Yes,
That's the way I'm reading. Is that what we're?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker?
Please, you.
Yes, should this amendment pass, then the Civil Service Commission, in developing rules and regulations, would be subject to the Administrative Adjudication Act.
Okay, thank you. That's what I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Director. Senator Ada, you wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, but first I have a point of inquiry, and initially, the amendment is, the amendment, of course, is seeking to delete the whole of Section 5, which otherwise was initially proposing to repeal and reenact 4409. And yesterday we got this marked up copy of the law that's being repealed and reenacted, and I was looking through here. I don't see that Section 4409 and I just I would like to see that simply so that we can.
Yeah, in the original bill it was on page. That was new language. If I may clarify, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, no, because here on the bill itself, it says Title 4 GCA Section 4409 is repealed and reenacted to read. Mm-hmm. And then, the way it was being proposed was that it does not have to go through Administrative Adjudication Act. So I'm looking through the existing law to see what the original 4409 actually said, and I don't see it in this. Somehow, I see 4406, 4408. I don't see, in fact, this thing is really kind of missing things.
It might be in the original one.
4406, 4408, missing 4407. There's 4405, 4410, 11. So I just want
Okay, can we hold
I'll
off
take
on
a
this
short
one?
recess.
Yeah.
Okay. Senator Addy, you have no further questions or comment? Senator Blas, you're on the list.
Actually, my question was asked, and part of my inquiry was concerned that Senator Ada had brought up, so
Okay.
no need to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on the deletion of 4409?
I think it's appropriate to bring it up at this point, and so that we take care of this Administrative Adjudication Act requirement. But on page 9 of the bill, we're talking about Section 6 here. Section 6, paragraph C. Section 6, paragraph C repeals and reenacts, and this is to allow the Civil Service Commission to hire, and also in paragraph C there, to employ an administrative law judge. And as we go through page 9, the last sentence there at the top.
Have we moved past
Well-
amendment number 5?
Well, because we were dealing about the issue of the Administrative Adjudication Act, and what I wanted to bring up was that in that particular section on page 9, a repeal and a reenactment was made, and again, we run into the problem of not requiring the Administrative Adjudication Act. So,
Under the current law, it reads,
it
the rules of the
requires-
commission are subject to the Administrative Adjudication Act. So if we pass, well,
If we pass
for
the-
whatever reason that she put in this not applicable, once we strike it from her original bill, 4409 remains as it is currently in the statute, which says the Administrative Adjudication Act is applicable. Does everybody understand that? Since we're working from her introduced bill where she was suggesting that we make the Administrative Adjudication Act not applicable for whatever reason that was being proposed, thankfully it's being removed, and so we'll stay with the law as it currently says,
Right.
which is the rules of the commission are subject to the Administrative Adjudication Act law.
Okay, I just want to make sure that
That's the
in the repeal and reenactment that's related to the administrative law
She's just
judge-
striking this part of her proposal,
Right.
which then means there's nothing will happen to 4409 as it currently exists.
Okay,
So it'll be consistent.
no, I'm saying
It's
still
not
an
consistent,
instance-
it's just that there's not going to be a repeal and
Yes.
reenact of
Yes.
4409.
Yes.
Right, but what I'm
So
saying is...
4409 remains as it currently stands.
Okay, fine, I'm fine with that. What I'm saying is, in section 6 of the bill, okay, with respect to section 4405, if you take a look at the last sentence of subparagraph C, which is being repealed and reenacted, it reads there at the top of page 9, the ALJ shall follow procedures approved by the commission. The original law says, adopted in compliance with administrative adjudication law. This bill struck that out. So,
If this doesn't pass, if Amendment 5 doesn't pass,
oh, I'm sure Amendment 5 will pass.
okay.
I think what you have to do is do a conforming amendment or an amendment that with whatever that reference is to the rules adopted by the commission shall now be rules pursuant to the administrative application law.
We can
Or,
do that.
yeah, to that effect, yeah.
That would good, that's a good one.
They'll need to follow if 5 passes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Senator Adam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, no objection on bill on Amendment 5.
On amendment number 5, any objection?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next amendment is Amendment number 6. And this amendment is on page 8 of section 6, item B, line 15, to insert at the end of the subsection the language, "The commission may hire an attorney in the classified or unclassified service as it deems necessary." And the reason for this is because the commission is a quasi-judicial agency, legal counsel is critical to the daily operations of the commission. This amendment is necessary to ensure that the commission obtains the level of legal guidance and services that it expects, and to be able to efficiently replace its legal counsel should that counsel not be performing or providing the legal services that the commission needs. This amendment also takes into consideration the reality that the legal counsel has a working relationship with both the director and the board of commissioners, and thus removes the awkward situation where a classified legal counsel might be served with an adverse action. An unclassified legal counsel or one obtained on retainer basis can be removed without following the disciplinary processes embodied in the personal rules and regulations. It is also the hope through this amendment that the commission would be able to determine if it is practicable to employ legal counsel in the unclassified service if it finds it necessary to do so, and that that employee would perform at a higher level of professionalism and accountability because of the lack of procedural protections. My understanding in discussing this matter with the commission is that it has had unfortunate experiences in the past where there's been a lack of proper legal guidance and advice, and as a result, the commission has been chastised a number of times by the courts of Guam for acting improperly, and has frankly been embarrassed in a number of instances before the courts of Guam because of the lack of adequate legal services. So that is the rationale for this amendment, Mr. Speaker. It gives them the discretion to have an unclassified legal counsel.
Thank you. I see Senator Palacios and then Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the current statute, a copy of which has been passed out on numbered 56. And under section 4405, commission staff, it's already noted there under the B. The Civil Service Commission may employ its own staff and shall employ its own legal counsel to serve at the place of the commission, either on a full-time basis or may employ on retainer an attorney in private practice in Guam. And then, of course, go on to say that whoever is the attorney for the commission who is not in private practice may be treated as an attorney for the government of Guam for purpose of admission to the practice of law in Guam. And two questions here. First of all, of course, it's already here. But second of all is that if the Gottes Amendment should pass, does that mean that some other items here not included in the amendment would be effectively removed and replaced by the Gottes Amendment now noted as B under that section? Because not everything on the current B is included in the Gottes Amendment.
Senator Guthridge.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think that's possible, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I see what he's saying. It is possible.
The amendment is very wide-reaching.
Yes.
If I may again pose a question, Mr. Speaker.
Do you wish to address the the major changes
Oh, I'm saying
from
it's possible that, yes, he's correct in his interpretation. Yes. Well, I think my goal was to ensure that the commission could hire an unclassified attorney if it desired to do so. That was my intent.
And you
What my
understand
intent
that it
was-
has to be somebody that has to be admitted to practice on
Of course,
Guam.
yes,
And that
absolutely,
in the
absolutely.
event that someone is not, and like
they
at the Attorney
shouldn't.
General's office, for 2 years they can practice.
Yes.
You're repealing that section here.
I don't want to repeal that.
Well, you're repealing it.
Yes.
You're,
So he brought up a good point. We have to fix it. I have to fix it.
A point of information, Mr. Speaker, before as my last remark. Currently, the Civil Service Commission has an in-house attorney. And my latest research is that that's a classified position. And of course, I did a research because of my Bill 200, and that's how I found out that it was a recent information. At any rate, the Civil Service Commission currently has an in-house attorney. So that's my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
thank you.
If I can offer an
Just-
amendment to this.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker, just so that I could try to follow.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have two versions from the same sponsor attempting to do different things. In one amendment, she correctly reads her amendment to be the commission may hire an attorney in the classified or unclassified service, but in another packet that was passed out under the same section, subsection B, it's totally different language. It says the commission shall be responsible for determining if it is not practicable for the commission's attorneys to be in the classified service. I just want to
Can we take a short recess? Senator Gutherts. Thank you. Next bill. I think she's taking it back to committee and she'll clean it up before she brings it back to us.
Point of order, I think the motion was to just push it aside until such point she's ready to make another go at it. I don't think the motion was to refer to committee.
All right, then, fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are we, where are we? 175? Bill 175. Senator Atta.
Mr. Speaker, I move to put Bill 175 into the third reading, and I would like to discuss it.
Please.
Can you give me just 1 minute recess there, so Huh? Yeah, this came up a little faster than I thought. Can I just have a...
We're back in session.
Okay.
Senator Atta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we put Bill 175 as substituted by the Committee on Utilities, Transportation, Public Works, and Veterans Affairs, and I would like to discuss it.
Please.
Mr. Speaker, Bill 175 seeks to provide authority to the Guam Power Authority and to the Guam Waterworks Authority to enter into a long-term contract for up to 30 years. This authority, however, is not being proposed as a blank check. More specifically, what's happening, for example, is the Guam Power Authority, in response to earlier legislation, went out and issued a request for proposal from prospective investors to build power plants using renewable energy sources. It has received responses for that request for proposal that was put out, and is in the process of evaluating it. However, the law right now only allows them to enter into a contract, I believe, of up to 5 years. For an investment that's going to require somewhere in the neighborhood of $30 million, a 5-year payback period, of course, is just going to be unrealistic. And so we need to provide the authority, in this case, the Guam Power Authority, to be able to enter into say a 30-year contract, to enter into a power purchase agreement.
No.
And what that does then is it gives the assurance to the investor that if he builds the power plant, he will have a buyer for that power over the next 30 years, and then he can figure out his payback over that time period. And the rates, of course, would be much more manageable. In the case of the Guam Waterworks Authority, they are currently in the process of discussions with the military on the possibility of upgrading the wastewater treatment plant. Again, that's going to be an undertaking that's going to be in excess of $30 million. Bill 175 seeks to grant the Guam Waterworks Authority the ability to be able to enter into a long-term contract so that, for example, an investor can come in, invest in upgrading the power plant, and be assured that at least over the next 30 years, he'll be able to at least sell the wastewater treatment services in order to recoup his investment, and of course, providing for that profit margin. And so that summarily is what Bill 175 proposes. It is very specific in that it is asking that the authority be given to enter into long-term contracts for a period up to and not exceeding 30 years, in the case of Guam Power Authority, for renewable energy contracts, purchase power agreements, refurbish, operate, maintain contracts, and build, operate, transfer contracts that cost $30 million or more. So if in the near future here we need to, in addition to the renewable energy power plants, we need to actually build another fuel-powered power plant, then this would give them the authority to be able to enter into a long-term contract, because for sure a new power plant will cost in excess of $30 million. We also have, for example, what the Guam Power Authority has been operating on for its generation plants is they've had a performance management contract. And right now, it's allowed to enter, I believe, up to 5 years. But the way those contracts work is that the contractor brings in his expertise, brings in the necessary materials to make repairs to the plant, of course, after negotiating with the Guam Power Authority as to the reasonableness of the cost. But we want to make sure that we give them the authority to be able to enter into these contracts and maintain some continuity by allowing them to renew for up to a total of 15 years. In the case of the Guam Waterworks, We're looking at a similar authority to allow them up to 30 years for projects that cost more than $30 million. That could include, for example, the construction of additional water wells. Water wells today to be constructed is probably running at about, probably on the low side, about $1.5 million per water well. For sure, further down the road as the population grows, we're going to need to increase the number of water wells out there. So it's really very specific. It's only applicable to projects that are $30 million or more. The contracts can be no longer than 30 years. There are provisions in there that will require performance reviews and will give the utilities the ability to basically, based on satisfaction or dissatisfaction with performance, to terminate those contracts, and also allows for performance management contracts to be renewed up to a total of 15 years. There is a couple of amendments that I would like to make.
Before you make the amendment, just so the record is clear, was the motion to accept the bill 3175 as substituted by the committee?
Yes,
And that was to move that into the third reading file
yes,
for discussion? Okay.
yes. Before we
first
go
amendment.
further, Mr. Speaker, I just have three amendments to make. One amendment will basically goes through the bill and will.
Are they distributed?
No, they haven't been distributed. This is a real simple one. If you just allow me to read
All
it.
right, go ahead.
And what this amendment does, the first amendment here, is to delete the phrase "notwithstanding any other provision of law or regulations." And we will find that, for example, on page 2 of the bill, lines 13, 21, and 29. So in lines 13 and under section 2, lines 21 under section 3, and line 29 under section 4. And then on page 3 at line 6, to delete the phrase "notwithstanding any other provisions of law or regulations." And it would then simply read "the authority, da-da-da-da-da." So that is my first amendment to the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any objection to the amendment, or anybody wish to speak on the amendment?
The second amendment I'd like to make, Mr. Speaker, is more of really a technical cleanup. If we go to page 2, line 21, I'd like to make the amendment to make it very clear that the authority we're talking about is the Guam Power Authority. So it would read then, the Guam Power Authority may enter into performance management contracts. A similar amendment is made on page 3, found on line 6, where again, here we are referring to the Guam Waterworks Authority. Sorry? Correct. On page 2, line 21, it should read the Guam Power Authority. On page 3, line 6, it should read the Guam Waterworks Authority.
How about page 2, line 29?
Page 2, line 29. That should be Guam Waterworks Authority, because section 14104 of chapter 14 pertains to the Guam Waterworks Authority. Correct. Okay? So that's the second amendment, cleanup amendment that I have, Mr. Speaker.
Does everybody have that on page 2, line 21? It's Guam Power Authority. On line 29, it's Guam Waterworks Authority. And on page 3, line 6, it's Guam Waterworks. Anybody wish to speak on it, or is there any objection to the amendments? No objection?
The last amendment that I have, Mr. Speaker, and again, if you just indulge me, again, this is a simple one. On section 4, on page 2, starts at page 2, it should read, the Guam Waterworks Authority may enter into long-term contracts for a period up to and not exceeding 30 years for refurbish, operate, maintain contracts and build, operate, transfer contracts that cost $30 million or more related to or more, and then add to that related to Guam Waterworks Authority's wastewater system to include but not limited to the wastewater treatment system and the construction of water wells. And then it continues on with nothing herein shall repeal. And all this amendment does, again, really is bringing more specificity to this authority, that it only applies to wastewater treatment systems and the construction of water wells.
I'm sorry, so we have it clear. What line and what page again?
Okay, starting, actually then the amendment would be on page 3, on line 2. After the word more, we then insert the sentence $30 million or more related to Guam Waterworks Authority's wastewater system to include but not limited to the wastewater treatment system and the construction of water wells.
Clerks have that?
Okay, I got if we need a printed copy for everyone, I do have it here. I do have one for the clerks.
I'm concerned that the clerks have it. Does everybody have that? It's that one phrase.
$30 million or more related to Guam Waterworks Authority's wastewater system to include, but not limited to, the wastewater treatment system and the construction of water wells.
Everybody clear?
No. No. No, I don't understand. What it really intends, okay, to build, operate, transfer contracts that cost $30 million or more related to Guam Waterworks Authority's wastewater system to include but not limited to the wastewater.
Oh.
The wastewater, it should be the wastewater treatment plant.
Let's take a minute and write it out so that everybody sees it.
Okay.
Has everyone received their copy of the amendment? Does anyone wish to speak? They're still working on it. I'll take a recess. Senator Addo.
Okay, I think to, Mr. Speaker, to clarify, then on the amendment there, on line 5 of the amendment, it should then read wastewater, delete the words system to include but not limited to the wastewater. And it should read then wastewater treatment plants. Or maybe I should say facility. Wastewater treatment facilities, because there are about, there's 2 major ones, and the construction of water wells.
Did you resolve the but not limited to?
Yes, we deleted the words there on line 5 of the amendment. We deleted the phrase system, comma, to include, comma, but not limited to, comma, the wastewater. So by deleting that, then line 5 reads wastewater treatment facilities. Replace the word system with the word facilities and the construction of water wells.
Is everybody clear on the amendment now? Anybody have any objection to the amendment or wish to speak on the amendment? There being no objection, on the bill. No, on the bill is amended. Does anybody wish to speak on it? Senator, you finish with your opening and your amendments.
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan, followed by Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate the effort and the concepts that are being advocated here, and I don't dispute that in certain instances we have evidence that what is advocated here may be able to work and has worked in some instances. But it has worked without the need to extend these contracts automatically to the 30-year limit. That initial contracts can be for that period of time. And so if it's working now, my question is, why do we need to ensure that the initial contract may be for a 30-year period? The reason why I bring this up is, you know, we're hostage on Guam, no matter what anybody says. We're at the mercy of GPA and its operations. We have no other alternatives. There's no competition in the field, and it's pretty much true across most of the United States that you may be buying your power that is produced in a different state, transmitted over a grid, and then sold to you by your local power authority. So the competition is injected in that the power is purchased from these major producers, and by the time it's transmitted, and the distribution is done through these local grid system, and so the competition comes from your local distributor of that power, in addition to the production capacity they have, can purchase power from other producers. And if essentially kind of work that system in here in terms of where we are currently. One of the concerns I have is that if you enter in these 30-year agreements, then you kind of freeze out competition. then there is no other incentive to compete. You are now locked into that company to buy the power they produce at a price that pretty much, what are your other options? Go out and spend another $30 million or $50 million to build the facility? It becomes self-perpetuating when we lock ourselves into this kind of arrangements. And therefore, we don't have competition. GPA in its own internal plant may not, depending on the type of contracts that are entered into and be given now the length of time, they may lock themselves out into buying power from these people. And that's what happens, and you kind of take a look at 30 years down the line and see where you're going to go. But all the new developments that come online between now and 30 years, you may not be able to reap the benefits of those because you're locked into this one arrangement. And we know that the construction of these new plants, the lifespan's 30, 40 years if you maintain them properly. So what happens when we lock ourselves into a producer for 30 years and yet we get this smart grid advancement in that, solar advances, windmill advances? I was just reading an article the other day in wind energy that the traditional wind turbine that we see is this 3-blade turbine. Almost every every wind-powered turbine is 3-blade design. Now, you make some changes in efficiencies based upon the capacity of the generator attached to it, the efficiency of that generator, the material that it has with regards to whether it's carbon fiber and therefore spins more easily in low wind conditions and therefore generates a greater period of time versus only when winds are above a certain mile per hour rating. Those are where the efficiencies have. But I read this article the other day that they have a new design that is being marketed right now, that is being tested, in which the design of the windmill is like a jet engine. And it is designed to funnel this low wind conditions in this wind engine design, move through the outside and is funneled into the interior and spins this propeller inside, much like you have the jet engines, that is now 30% more efficient than the 3-blade design that we see. So if we lock ourselves into a 30-year contract with this guy who has a 3-blade design, for example, and this thing fulfills its promise, and it is, we have a couple of new installations of this and it's being tested, and now they're going into a public offering to market it. If we lock ourselves into that, and this thing gets perfected in 5 years, what are we going to do? What are we going to do when we now have a spinning rate capacity, a base load capacity of 300 watts, 400 megawatts, plus a spinning reserve capacity that we've now retired our diesel units and so forth that are less efficient, and lock ourselves into this wind turbine, and we just don't need any more power. And yet we now have a brand new system that's able to generate wind without oil that is 30-40% more efficient. So when we kind of lock ourselves into this long-term contract, I don't know what kind of conditions they're going to be, and I don't know what they are. And so we move forward, and then we're stuck. That's why I think it doesn't allow people to compete in that, yeah, you can build your power plant, we'll agree to buy it, but it's got to be based at a certain rate, and it's got to be based upon competition so that we get these producers to compete to sell us power. Now they don't really compete. You know why? Because we need their capacity. But we can say, we're not going to use your power plant because we have a capacity that's better. But if we lock ourselves into 30 years, then we're stuck right now, we can say, no, we're not going to draw power from your generation capacity, and we have these shorter-term contracts that are renewable. And as long as it's to the benefit of the people of Guam, we can renew those. So trying to envision the kind of relationships and the kind of contracts that GPA and CCU or CCU would enter into with this kind of authority, I'm a little hesitant to lock us into that. The other concern that I have here is that a portion of this bill allows GPA to go out and sign a 30-year agreement for renewable energy producers. Now, I certainly support that. As a matter of fact, I introduced the bill and this body passed it, signed into law, that set a renewable energy portfolio target for GPA, that they have to produce a certain amount of capacity and production be put in place that is generated from renewable energy as we try to wean ourselves from fossil fuel. So I certainly support that, and I've advocated for that. I advocated for that on a smaller scale even than these major producers by putting in the net metering program. Whereas if you put in a power system supported by solar and batteries, that if you're not using it and you're producing the power, your GPA is required to hook up a net meter to you that spins backwards and gives you credit for the power that you produce. So my concern here is not that I don't like alternative energy, renewables. As a matter of fact, I wholeheartedly embrace them. My concern is that GPA has gone out, solicited bids, accepted RFPs, and wants to award an RFP, but they can't do it for more than 5 years. And now when this law is passed, they want to go and now award this RFP to somebody and to people that have submitted their request for proposal under one condition, and now they're going to go and award it under a completely different condition as authorized in this new law. Another protest I see coming down the line. And it really is, to me, I just want to be a little bit more careful. I mean, I just don't think that that's the proper way to go. If these people knew that they could enter into 30-year contracts, maybe we would have 6, 8, 10 companies willing to put in a bid. But because the bid went out under a 5-year renewable, whatever condition that is not 30 years, people were discouraged maybe, and people decided, I'm not going to devote my time to submitting a bid for a 5-year contract. So these guys kind of like gambled maybe. Well, I don't want that. If we're going to go out to the market to solicit some long-term contracts for renewable energy, then I think we need to have everybody know that that's what's available to them. Not that people submit a contract and they said, or don't want to submit, and we tell them, oh, go ahead. You know, we've met with them before, we like them. We say, go ahead, don't worry that it's 5 years. We're going to change the law later on. And then we'll be able to give you a 30. But we didn't tell that to 5, 6, 8, 10 other guys who may have done the same thing had they known that we'll get you a 30-year contract. So I just don't know how that process went out. I know it didn't go out with everybody understanding that there's going to be a bill introduced and we'll change it to 30, and that's what we're going to award. So I see that we passed this section of that bill. It just isn't a fair playing field. And when that happens, nobody suffers except the people of Guam. The CCU doesn't suffer. GPA doesn't suffer. The people of Guam will suffer. You know why? Because we're not going to get the best deal, because we're not out there offering everybody the same opportunity. That some may get a whisper here, some, you know, as we did with, how do you think some of these task orders were given to somebody and then there's a whisper, oh, but you know that component of that tax order? Here's this guy. He's a good guy. You should team up with him. And then all of a sudden, he's got a $350,000 contract. No bid, nothing. The people of Guam suffer. And so for that section of this bill, I wholeheartedly believe that it will lead to something that I think is not quite proper. And I am concerned about that. I am afraid that we're setting ourselves up for, if not a protest, then certainly setting ourselves up for a contract that will not be in the best interests of the people of Guam, because we did not give it the widest opportunity, the greatest opportunity for everybody to submit their bids with the same understanding that everybody has that is laid on the table, you know, because that's just the way it's come down. And this bill would allow then for that RFP to change terms at the end and switch the conditions and terms of the award from what was originally proposed, which has selected reputable companies out there out of the process, and the people of Guam will not benefit from that. So those are my concerns with the bill, Mr. Speaker. I think that certainly, as I said, when we were in critical need, we did not have the money, we did not have the choice. And now we're in a better position. We're not in the best position, but we're certainly in a better position, and we need to ensure that we hedge our bets on the development of new technology and new ways of producing energy, just like we used to hedge our bets on oil. And then all of a sudden, new regime came in, we decided we weren't going to hedge our bets anymore, and boom, we got hit. Oil went to $110 a barrel, and we know what happened. Had we continued that hedging program, maybe we would have won. But a change in direction just wiped out that program and ended it, and we were hit with that huge oil increase, and the people of Guam end up paying for it. So I don't want us to move forward where we go down a track for 30 years, lock ourselves into that kind of program, and not have the flexibility and the advantage to take the opportunities that are going to be presented. We know that is the number one priority that, other than healthcare reform, of the Obama administration and the United States government, is to find ways to wean ourselves off foreign oil and wean ourselves off fossil fuel itself, and provide the incentives to enter into these alternative energy programs that we haven't even seen the beginning of the benefits of that at this time out in this community. But they're coming, and if we lock ourselves into 30-year contracts, we're not going to have the flexibility to take advantage of those. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, Mr. Pangilinan. Do you have an amendment to propose? Do you have an amendment to proffer to address those issues? Thank you. Any other senators wish to speak on the bill? Senator Rector, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have amendments to prefer, and they're being distributed even as we speak. My good colleague, the previous speaker from Barrigada, the gentleman from Barrigada, made some very excellent points. And this is something that I think if we really think this through, the people of Guam will realize that we are in a time of hyper change. And it's hard for folks, especially my age, to realize this and to understand what this time of hyper change is like. But we know it exists. We know that the second we walk into a store and walk out with a computer, it's obsolete. By the time we get it home, its replacement has already been developed and is already at the factory to come out. Same with the cell phone. Second you walk out of the store with it, it's the latest and greatest technology. Until you get it home, then the next one's on the market. The same has to do with energy production and energy consumption. Right now, every developer of electronics are working on ways to come up with more and more efficient means of generating the services that we need. Whether I just saw an ad on television the other day for a new laptop that uses 1/2 the amount of electricity as its previous model. My refrigerator that I bought 10 years ago, which was state of the art and the most efficient one on the market, today is only half as efficient as the ones that are on the market. My air conditioner in my house is only, I think it's like a 9 SEER, but its replacement is a 26 SEER, which means it's almost, what, 3 times as efficient? You see, we are changing rapidly, and it's because of this exponential growth in the price of oil. All of a sudden, the entire global economy and power production are investing money by the billions of dollars every year to find new ways to produce energy and find new ways to produce products that use less energy. It's kind of interesting when it comes to it, as you may or may not know, I drive an electric car. It's a 1999. They quit making them because oil was still too cheap. But today, every major automaker has an electric car on the market that's coming out. Whether it's Ford that's got the new hybrid Fusion, or Toyota Prius, or the new Chevy Volt that's supposed to come out in the next year, which gets over 230 miles to the gallon. We are in a time of hyper change. A 30-year contract would be nothing but out-and-out thievery to the people of Guam, I am afraid. Because we would invest in old technology that is obsolete by the time we get it in the ground, and then we would spend 30 years paying it off. Besides, show me any type of electronic technology that's going to last 30 years on Guam. Kind of like those new electronic water meters we have. They were supposed to save us all sorts of money and be the latest, greatest, efficient thing, and we're going to invest in this technology, we're going to spend millions of dollars on it, and lo and behold, surprise, surprise, our environment's pretty tough on electronics. They aren't going to last 30 years. Shoot, they didn't even last 5 years. Actually, I'm not even sure if a lot of them even lasted 1 year. We have to be very, very, very careful on this. The people of Guam expect no less of us. Therefore, I proffer my first amendment, which is to amend Section 2 of the bill, subsection 14, blah, blah, blah. And what it does is it changes from 30 years to 5 years and deletes the word supplies, so that now the Guam Power Authority can only enter into long-term contracts for a period up to and not exceeding 5 years for services or construction contracts that cost $30 million, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
On the First Amendment, do you want to discuss it further, and then I'll recognize Senator Ada?
Thank you. Yes, the 5 years and the time period I've already discussed. What I haven't discussed is the supplies part. These concern me to no end. We have a procedure in the government of Guam, a procurement method that protects all the people of Guam, to make sure that we don't have corruption, to make sure that every purchase by the government of Guam goes through a proper procurement process. And we know that this works. How do we know it works? Because we catch people stealing all the time. We catch illegal bids all the time. We have competition that is able to challenge, to make sure there isn't favoritism, to make sure there isn't illegal procurement process, to make sure bad things don't happen for the people of Guam. These things scare me. If you pass this as it stands without deleting the term supplies, you bypass the procurement process, where all of a sudden we have a private company that can buy whatever it wants from wherever it wants for whatever price it wants. So once you deliver this contract to this company, this PMC, they can turn around and purchase $30 million worth of WD-40 cans at $50 a pop from, say, the general manager of GPA's wife. Now, I'm not in any
Mr.
way...
Speaker, I don't think those kind of comments are appropriate. So I object to those, insinuating that the same thing that happened in Saipan is going to happen here. So please stick to the point and quit this insinuations.
Thank you, Senator Adda. Senator Rector, please.
Thank you. I didn't know I was insinuating anything. I was making sure that I put out a point.
Address
There's a
the bench,
reason.
address the dais.
There's a reason that I believe that we need to protect this. But I do appreciate the point that we have an example of it happening in Saipan. And to say that we're not above that is rather insane. We need to protect the people of Guam from corruption. We need to protect our employees and our managers from leading them to temptation. Henceforth, my amendment. Thank you.
On the first Rector amendment, changing 30 to 5 and striking supplies, Senator Adda, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Of course, I rise in objection to the amendment. First of all, I really doubt that you're going to be able to get an investor out here to plunk in over $30 million to build a power plant and expect that he's going to recoup his investment over a 5-year period. That's like going up to Tala Verde, buying a house, and saying that you're going to pay it off in 2 years. The annual payments are just going to be so ridiculously high. I don't know if you're going to, maybe a few people in here or out in the community can afford to do that. But if we're going to keep it to 5 years to try and recoup that 30 million plus investment, GPA is going to have to charge power rates so high, nobody's going to be able to afford it. So in a major capital improvement project like this, you really have to stretch it out over a 30-year period at least to be able to allow the investor to recoup his investment, make his little profit. There's nothing wrong with that. But be able to do so at a rate that's low enough that the consumers are able to afford the power that's being purchased from that power plant. The second part about these supplies. The supplies that are allowed under these contracts normally, and let me take, for example, down at the power plant in PD. Right now, the contractor there brings in his expertise, and if there's a particular problem with a power plant, they can basically call on expertise that they have at any of their branches worldwide and bring them in to take care of that problem. There are also times when a special part is needed. We're not talking about papers and pencils. We're talking about boiler tubes. We're talking about, and these aren't things that are necessarily just laying on the shelf all over the stores. And normally the process is that then I guess we have one of two options. GPA can go out and put out a request for bid, and we go through that process, and if somebody didn't dot the I, there's going to be a protest, and it's going to lengthen out. And that's fine, that's good. The problem is we may not be able to get then the supplies or the materials that are needed to make repairs to the generators in a timely manner. So as a result, we're either going to be burning they're going to be running the diesel power plants, which burns more expensive fuel, or if it's a major breakdown, we could be going on rolling blackouts. So we want to be able to have the option of being able for that contractor to be able to source out his logistics network, to be able to find the part that's needed, bring it in as quickly as we can so that then we can resume the services back into the community. Now, normally the way the process works is that once it's been identified what is needed, then the contractor sits down with a Guam Power Authority and they discuss, is the price that is being quoted unreasonable? And, GPA has their own sources of information also to make sure that they're not being taken for a ride, or they're not paying more than what really is appropriate for that particular part. So, these supplies here, the services that they're talking about, is being able to bring in expertise who can provide the necessary training, provide the specialized services that may be needed to bring the equipment, the generators back up to par, and so so the supplies that are being proposed here to be deleted, I think that would be a mistake. And again, I just have more faith in our community that we're not going to go out and, as was suggested here, somebody's wife is going to go and find a great deal and then line their pockets. My God, let's exercise better faith than that. Maybe I'm too trusting. Maybe that's my problem. And if it is, then fine, I'll live with that. But I certainly think it would be a mistake to reduce it from 30 years to 5 years. Now, on this one here, the argument is being made that if we lock ourselves in for 30 years, we will not be able to take full advantage of whatever technological improvements may come 3 or 4 years from now. Well, if we're gonna, we could be waiting forever until that perfect technology comes in, and we're going to be able to get it down for almost nothing. On the other hand, power plants are not something that not unlike what I guess in the past decade, cell phones have turned over umpteen times. Power plants are very basic in nature, and if there's any improvements in that technology, then you add those as retrofits to that basic power plant, and that's what we're talking about. To suggest that by going into a 30-year contract, we now have taken away the incentive for that contractor to continue trying to achieve greater efficiencies, to continue to try and produce power at a lesser rate, and I think that that's really a mistaken notion, because in the contracts there are key performance indices that are provided. In other words, the contractor, as part of his contract, has to be able to produce power at least a reliability rate of 99%. He has to be able to produce power, or at least demonstrate that he's producing it efficiently, as measured by the heat rates that are measured out there. He has to. There are these various key performance indices that continues to give him the incentive to do well and to operate efficiently, because if he does not, he gets penalized. So, to suggest that 30 years we're gonna miss the boat on something grand and all that stuff I just don't disagree with that. The suggestion was made that the technology for renewable energy is just really moving along, and now they're down to 3 propellers and carbide steel and all that stuff, and that's fine. The problem, though, is you're never going to get away from the fossil fuel generators, because renewable energy power sources, first of all, are called unreliable, because in a wind-powered energy producer, when the wind stops blowing, it stops producing energy. When the sun quits shining, the photovoltaic cells will then not be able to get recharged and will quit producing energy. So those are good to fill in the gaps, during the good windy days, so we can bring down a generator and not burn up the fossil fuel. So I really don't think that we're going to be missing out on some, great technological strides, and we're going to get left behind. If that's the case, then we might as well park it for the next 20 years, because by then we probably will have some, really just excellent technology. But in the meantime, we do not avail ourselves of the benefits. One last point is to suggest that, if we lock ourselves into 30 years, somebody may come along in a couple of years and be able to build a more efficient power plant. Well, first of all, power plants don't just, the lead time to construct a power plant is at least 5 years. There's the EPA regulations that have to be complied with. And there's a limitation as to how many power plants can actually be constructed because of EPA limitations on carbon emissions and all that. So, we're not talking about something that some guy with a lot of money in his pocket is just going to go out there and find himself a place to pick up a power plant, to put up a power plant. It's just not that simple. That's really overly simplistic. And so I would ask my colleagues to really consider this this amendment and give the Guam Power Authority that 30-year period and allow them to take full advantage of the logistics networks that these contractors have available to them so that we can get responses in a timely manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Abbott. I have Senator Calvo, followed by Senator Palacios, and then Senator Pangilinan. Anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Calvo, may I ask Senator Palacios for his point of inquiry first, please?
I'll
Senator
defer.
Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just following the discussion. I'm looking at substitute bill, and the Richter amendment does not seem to be the same as, for example, line 13 of page 2, section 2. I keep looking for the word supplies, and this is a different version. So I wonder whether the amendment, the Richter amendment, is referring to the original bill as opposed to the substitute bill. I'm just following. So that's my inquiry.
Very astute, Senator Palacios. You're correct. Senator Rector.
Yes, thank you, Senator Palacios. I didn't catch that either. So then supplies aren't even in the substitute bill. Can I have a minute to look this over?
Yeah, I think your amendment on the 5 years can still go forward right now.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
Senator Calvo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, I understand the concerns brought up by the mover of the amendment, some of the issues he brought up, but I would think that in some of those concerns, those should be brought up, and maybe in looking at procurement procedures in regards to contracting out for services or construction type projects.
I think for the purposes of the discussion today, at this point, it's just 30 to 5 because all the rest of that line
Sure.
in Senator Rector's amendment is, I
Yeah,
think,
the
in the
supplies,
original bill.
and then the substitute bill, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, again, and that's why supplies is not indicated in the substitute bill. But I understand his rationale. I think this is just the wrong vehicle. And just to put it in all simplistic terms, what this would do, and I would analogize, you have a mortgage, and for most folks that have a mortgage, a 30-year loan with a bank, you have 30 years in which to pay off the bank loan, and where the bank will not only provide you the monies necessary for the project, but they would have calculated their rate of return in the investment. If you were to have, and I'm going to give it an analogy here, if you were to be paying $1,000 a month on a bank loan that's been amortized over 30 years, but then that option was not made available, and the only thing available was not a long-term loan, but a 5-year loan, then that $1,000 a month or $12,000 a year in interest would have to be recalculated, and I guess you would use a similar calculation, that $12,000 a year goes up to $72,000 a year, and you're paying $6,000 a month monthly interest. And that's just basic math. And what I see with the intent of this legislation, it does not deal with the issues he's brought up. It just means that for certain contracts or services that could have been amortized over a 30-year period for most folks, it'll now be done over a 5-year period. And ultimately, I think the ones that would suffer greatly in this, again, if they had followed proper procurement procedures and the necessary checks and counter checks were made in regards to getting the best product or service, then all it means now, it's got to be paid up. It's a 5-year term, not a 30-year term. And ultimately, it's got to be paid. The results of this will, in my opinion, humble opinion, will have such a negative impact on the folks that we are supposedly here to protect, and that's the interest of the consumer. Mr. Chair, I think this is a very dangerous amendment, and if passed, I would assume that it would have some major consequences in terms of what the impacts are to the consumers of this island. So although I feel the intentions are noble, I think it would have a very detrimental impact to those folks that the author of the amendment are trying to protect, and would again cause major changes in the calculation of the costs that would be borne by the agency and would ultimately have to be passed on to the consumer. So I rise again in strong opposition to this amendment, and I am asking my colleagues to also share in that same vein. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Senator Calvo, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Then I guess we should cancel all existing contracts with Temis and those guys, because didn't they do those private-public partnerships without the need for a 30-year contract? Right? I mean, this argument that it can't work under existing regime when we have something working now. We just want to do more. So I don't understand. You can get creative. You can have a lease to own, lease to purchase. You could have capitalized interest over 30 years. And I mean, there's many different ways to finance a structure for the implementation of these capital projects than the need to just say, I want guaranteed 30 years. No ands, if, or buts. That's what I want. And then, of course, we do have the need for the performance reviews and so forth. But then you don't bring anybody in to compete against them for the performance. Who are you going to bring in? If you lock yourselves out and you lock up your capacity, your need, so now you sign these 30-year contracts with all these guys, and you're never going to need another power plant. And it's possible. So how are you going to compete now? How are you going to get the best price when there's no competition? Because you can't go out and buy another one, because then it absolutely makes no sense to go out and pay for something that you don't need, because you even have enough existing. We will not pay off some of the power plants that we've refurbished for $30 million that are now good for another 30 or 40 years. Those things would still have to be paid off even if we enter into new contracts and we mothball them. It's kind of like the incinerator contract in New Jersey, where they said incineration's bad, it's bad for your health, it's bad for the environment, it causes cancer, and we're not going to, and it's the most expensive way of disposing for your solid waste. But the city of New Jersey went ahead and entered into a $600 million contract to build one. And what did they find? They can't afford it. Did that say they couldn't pay it? No. They mothball it, they shut it down, they open the landfill, and they still had to pay for the new landfill and the incinerator. So, we enter into these 30-year contracts with 4 or 5 different people, and then we find out they're the most efficient. Now we have a GPA facility here that's still good, and we still have a 30-year loan on that thing. We mothball that because it's not efficient, and we do this, but the savings we have from the efficiencies of mothballing that says it doesn't cover our debt service for that mothball plant. That's what happens when you lock yourself out into these long-term things. When they say, you know, that, oh, we just want to sit on the sidelines and wait for new technology, hell no. That's exactly what I did when I put in that renewable energy portfolio, that we don't sit on the sidelines, that we go ahead and strategically implement this energy, alternative energy portfolio, that when we build a new power plant using fossil fuel, 10% of that capacity has to be replicated in a renewable facility. So I'm not advocating for sitting on the sidelines and doing nothing and just waiting. I'm saying every time you do something to advance renewable energy also. You don't sit on the sidelines. You can't just go off on this direction without taking a look at renewables and implementing something that will help fill in those gaps and reduce the cost and reliance on fossil fuel. So I'm just saying that I'm just kind of really, I think this thing is just for the renewable. This bill is only so they can enter into a 30-year contract with an RFP that they issued when they didn't have authority to enter into a 30-year contract. That's what it's designed for. That's the authority they're lacking. And I don't want to do that. I think it's not fair. I think it's dangerous. And we don't need another protest. So I'm a little bit, you know, and this idea that, oh, we're okay, we don't have these people around. Don't you remember, Justice? Don't you remember the warehouse full of envelopes? Over $1 million at the end of an administration? That we found out we had ordered $1 million worth of envelopes and put them in a warehouse. We didn't need it. So this idea that everything's okay, you know, I had a great boss that I worked for, and the man was a visionary in healthcare. Developed the first prepaid model for HMOs, developed the first national prepaid model for prepaid Medicare for the elderly care. And one thing he told me was, Ben, suspicion is not a virtue. It's not a vice. It's a virtue. When you are dealing with human nature, you have to have a certain element of suspicion so that you can fashion policy and you can move forward in your business dealings that where you're going to protect the interests of your clients and the interests of your company. Well, my clients are the people of Guam, and my company is the island of Guam. I'm a little bit taken aback. And maybe I need to be just a little bit suspicious that something may go wrong with the authorities being granted here for that one section. And I'm not saying somebody has a devious plan. I'm just saying it's just a process and a road that's taken us down that will not present the widest opportunities and maybe the best value for the people of Guam in what we're trying to procure under this 30-year authority. Because not everybody was playing by the same rules. And when that happens, then the people of Guam are the ones going to pay for it. So I have an amendment to offer after everybody else, but I do want to articulate that. And I think the people of Guam deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. And Senator, at the risk of
Just a point of information, Mr. Speaker. I just, the previous speaker indicated that the Temis power plant and the MEC are operating on a 5-year contract. They're not. If we recall, back in the days of 2-3 administrations before, when we were having the rolling power outages, that was the only time that actually the legislature had given passed the authority to enter into a long-term contract. So as a result, the Temis power plant and what was then the Enron power plant were built under a contract that assured them that Guam Power Authority would purchase the power from them for a minimum of 20 years. The other thing that I would like to just clarify is this issue about the RFP that went out for the renewable power plants. First of all, those RFPs went out, and one of the specifications was to provide power for a period of 20 years or more. I will be the first to acknowledge. Now, I guess we could hit them on the head for having put out an RFP to provide services for longer than what is currently authorized, which is 5 years. So you could slap them on the head for that and say, shame on you for taking the initiative to think a little further down the road, knowing that no investor is going to come in here for 5 years and try and make that kind of investment and think he's going to recoup his investment in 5 years. So they went out and put an RFP. Now, what are the alternatives? Fine. So then they went out and they went beyond their authorization. So we could tell them, throw it out, start all over again until we have given you that authority to go beyond the 5 years. I think, on the other hand, we should go ahead and commend GPA for taking the initiative and being far-sighted enough to see that 5 years is not going to be enough. So let's see what kind of responses we get. Out of the responses that we got, there was actually just three respondents to the RFP. I believe it was two for there was one respondent that responded to the RFP for the photovoltaic, and one for the wind, and then one respondent just for the wind. So, it isn't as if people are lining up out there to come and make that investment. There was only 3 that responded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator.
A point of information, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
My point on this whole issue of the issuance of that RFP is that you don't know how many people would have responded if they were going to award one based on 30 years as authorized in this law. And if they're going to go back and award a 30-year contract because we have a new law, how many people out there, had they send out an RFP that said it's a 30-year thing, maybe we might have gotten 3 or 4 or 5. I'm not dissing GPA for taking the initiative. The initiative should have been, we know that this 30-year, 20 years is not going to work. We need 30. Come down here, do it, so that we can get the best possible proposals, because everybody knows what that is. People aren't willing to come in here and then hope or place a bet that this body will change 20 to 30. Without that kind of certainty, we don't know what kind of proposals we would have gotten.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers wish to speak on the Rector amendment before Senator closes on his amendment? Senator Tydekwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to act now. The good senator from Barrigada has a law that is in place right now going to making sure that we start beginning renewable energy. But we can't do this unless we have people that'll come up to the plate and bid on this. We don't have a guarantee out there that a different type of renewable energy is going to come into play in the next 10 years or 20 years. But what we have is an opportunity now to get started. And we need to start now. This is an opportunity for us to go into a contract, to start working on that bill. I think it was, what is it, the bill that you have in 2010 or 2015, that the good renewable energy that the good senator from Barragata had proffered. But we need to get started now. We need to do this now. Without giving the opportunity to have a 20 or 30-year contract, nothing's going to get started. We're so behind from the world with regards to this. It doesn't say that GPA or GWA has to go into these contracts. They look at this. They see what's there for our future. But without them giving that opportunity, nothing's going to get started. We need to stop now, begin this process, have the opportunities in front of us, and let's just do this. But 5 years is not going to cut it. Nobody's going to come to the plate for 5 years. A 5-year contract, that is. So I have to stand in opposing the amendment from Senator from Barragata.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Senator Rector, do you wish to close, or should we just vote?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What an interesting amount of discussion. So let me sort of address a few of these points while we can. First off, let me be perfectly clear that I was not insinuating in any way, shape, or form that anybody is attempting to break the law or has broken the law or is putting forth this bill so that they can steal money from the people of Guam. No way am I proposing that. But to say that somehow everybody on the island of Guam and every corporation in the world will be bidding on these contracts is not subject to the frailties of being a human being, I just can't accept or buy that. Look, we have people so desperate that they'll climb up power poles and chop down live wires to sell the copper. Now, there might be some of my colleagues that might say, well, those are poor people. They're desperate, and they are. Otherwise, who would take that risk? But big rich people wouldn't do that. No, not big power corporations like, say, Enron. Oh yeah, I forgot, there is no more Enron. They went out of business because they were corrupt and stealing money and cooking their books and doing everything possible to steal from all of their investors and the people that they represent. So we need to protect our people, and we need to protect everybody against this. The second issue is folks seem to think that the type of contracts that are proposed in this is the only way that we can go forward, these build, operate, and transfer contracts. That is not true. It's not true in the least. There are other ways to build. We don't have to have a setup, and actually most states have stopped using these type of procedures because they find out they end up costing the people of that state 2 to 3 times what it would cost if the people just borrowed the money and built the things themselves. Has anybody given us a cost-benefit analysis of the contracts that we have now with GWA or GPA? I haven't seen one. That's because in my rough calculations, especially in the cafeteria service and some of our build, operate, and transfer things for the schools, it's cost us more than it would if we were just to float a bond ourselves and build it ourselves. This is a way that we get around. These things are proposed so that we can get around the borrowing cap that's instilled in the Organic Act. These are ways that folks get around having to raise taxes on the people that can most afford to pay them so that we can provide the services for the people of Guam. There is more than one way to skin a cat on this, and we need to make sure that our cat doesn't get skinned, so to speak. Now, on the last thing, the thought that we have to do this right this second, that we have to start building everything right now or the whole island's going to fall into the ocean. Well, that's just not true. As a matter of fact, I saw the chair of the CCU at a meeting speaking to to our military brothers and sisters and presenting the state of the island's power grid to them. And it turns out that currently we have over 100% of excess capacity on Guam in power generation. Now think about that. We have twice the amount of generating capacity than we need, even in peak load. Now, that's a good thing. They say, he explained at that meeting, that the average municipality has about 30% excess capacity to hit peak loads and in case things need to go down when they need to go down so that we can have maintenance and we don't fall back into the load shedding blues and rolling power outages. We have got a lot of money invested in excess capacity even now. You see, the thought that we have to go forward, instantly put all this new stuff in or we're not going to be able to meet our organic growth is just not true. We have the capacity now to meet the surge of the military buildup and then some and go 20 years beyond that. At least that's what the chair of the CCU was saying. And what can you do? I can only take the man at his word. We need to protect the people of Guam. We need to protect the future generations from being burdened with an obligation that we allowed to go forward when we controlled the legislature. Shorten it down to 5 years has worked for us in the past. It can work for us in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Adda.
Just a point of information, Mr. Speaker. First of all, the previous speaker indicated that was bringing up the fact about 100% of excess capacity, whereas in other jurisdictions normally it's just 30%. While it is true that there is a lot more capacity right now, that additional capacity, that excess capacity is needed because at some point during the year, machines have to be taken down to put maintenance on them. And so you want to be able to then have enough to continue meeting the demands on the island. And then also recognizing the fact that, things do go wrong. You need to have that additional capacity on top also to be able to meet those fluctuations. The other item is that, and it is true, I would agree with him that we do have the capacity to take us out further, but let's not lose sight of the fact that Bill 175, asking for a longer-term authority in particular, really, for renewable power, for renewable energy power plants. The Guam Power Authority is responding to a mandate, an earlier mandate, that they must diversify their portfolio and put in renewable energy power plants.
Senator Adda, can we just take the vote at this point? Is there any additional information that
So
you're
I
going
was
to
just
add?
clarifying that.
I understand this is becoming a back and forth, and so I'm
Well, I just
enough.
clarifying the.
All right. Thank you that he closed, and we'll take the vote. There's been an objection. All those in favor of the Rector amendment, please raise your hand. The amendment fails. Senator Rector, you have a second amendment.
Oh, I've got all kinds of amendments.
And have you conformed it to the as substituted as opposed to the as introduced?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Fortunately, thanks to my colleagues debating the last amendment, I had time to go through and do this. If we look at the Second Amendment on this page and the corresponding on the new bill, I think though the wording's different, it still deletes the same words, or operate, and the final sentence of that, though the language is different in the bill. Do you understand? Does that make sense?
What do you have as your Second Amendment? I see a 15-year being struck to 5, and nothing herein shall repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit.
Right. Excuse me. So we'll take out the 15 years and 5 years. The language in the bill, let me tell you, the amendment is in the amended bill as submitted on line 22 to delete the words "or operate," and then on line 55 to delete the sentence, line 25, excuse me, to delete the sentence, "Nothing herein shall repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit any law, provision, blah, 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 for a longer period."
Senator Rex, we're dealing with the bill as substituted.
Yes.
It has as substituted. What page are you working from?
I'm working from page 2 on the bill as substituted, section 3, on line 22, to delete the words "or operate." And then on line 25, to delete the sentence starting with "nothing" and ending with "period." And then adding all the additional language from A, B, and C.
Is this amendment clear? Does everybody understand the amendment? All right. Senator Palacios, do you have problems with the amendment as being, do you understand where it is on page 2 of the bill as substituted? Besides what he has on his proposed amendments, he's also striking "to operate" or "operate."
Again, a point of information is that if you read the entire section 15, page 2, the paragraph itself on direct amendment missed out. Do not include a 5-year renewable option not to exceed 15 years. It only says there for a start period not to exceed 15 years. Again, it's not the same. And I'm saying that if we adopt direct amendment, then actually it also amend some items not intended to be amended.
Let's take an early lunch and come back at 1
Thank
o'clock.
At 2 o'clock? 2.
2 o'clock. All right. Well, back at 2. Let's take an early lunch. Redo all your
Thank you.
amendments. Thank you.
This is not the same.
Count. How many senators in the hall? Okay. We just need one more for quorum. We just need one more for quorum. Is there a senator in one of the conference rooms? We can just borrow for a second. We have a quorum. The governor is in the hall.
That's your good news.
Please, we need to start with some good news.
Get bored, you governor.
Madam Governor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I was actually been trying to get in touch with a lot of people to try to see what we can do to resolve the situation with DOE. And Mr. Maestri did call Dr. Underwood, and the one thing that he wanted to make the people of Guam know is that this is not a receivership, and that all it is basically is to get a company who will be able to manage then the expenditures to make sure that they are online. Secondly, there's no intention to stop any of the programs that are currently ongoing. Third is that the monies that they've received, they received about $14 million for special education and Head Start, and there is that allowable expenditures in which the monies can be used for the consolidated grant programs. Those are the reform programs such as DI, Success for All, ESL, the DEED program, and the Escuela Empuengi program, that those would all be able to continue with the monies that they've received originally for the special education and Head Start. They're looking at approximately 3 to 6 months in which they'll be able to procure, and they want to stay within the Gov Guam procurement laws to make sure then that we're able to get all of the information that's needed, the specifications for the RFP, and that Mr. Maestri has assigned Christine Jackson to work very closely with DOE, so that then this will run smoothly, and hopefully they want to build capacity where they'll be able to find then a company who will be able to not just only manage the funds but actually provide continued technical assistance for the department. So the worst that we thought is actually not as bad, so it works out very well. They'll be able to continue the programs. Nobody will be laid off, and there won't be any need for any legislative action, and not even in the executive side, where the executive side would have to front any monies for the department to continue to operate. Oh, and then in the consolidated grant as well, there is allowable costs for expenses to also take care of the third party. So that will come out of the grant. So
Thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We're back on Bill 175. I believe the floor was with Senator Rector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I've gone back and redone all my amendments that are appropriate for the bill. So let's start. They're all in appropriate order. So the first one is to amend Section 2. We have already dealt with the 30 years to 5 years. That got voted down. The only part that hasn't is the last sentence. So the amendment is to delete the sentence, "Nothing herein shall repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit any law, regulation, authority to enter into any contract for a longer period." That is my amendment. It's the first one in the pack on Section 2.
Everybody, there's a completely new packet of Rector amendments.
Throw away the old packet. We've got a new packet.
Are we now all on the same page, please?
I should hope no objection on this one.
If you would start first with withdrawing your previous amendment attempted amendment.
Okay, I move to withdraw all the attempted previous amendments.
There being no objection, the amendment has been withdrawn. Now let's get a clean one. We're on the first page of his new packet. Anybody wish to speak on the amendment, or did you want to speak on your amendment a little further?
Yes, just briefly on this. This language, if it stays in the bill, is very concerning to me when it says basically that they can, is my understanding the way this is written, is that basically the power authority can sign any contract they want for any length of time. I mean, if nothing herein shall repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit anything authorizing the authority to enter into a contract of a longer period, basically they could sign 100-year contracts if we leave that in. And I don't think that was the intent of the bill to allow these things. We already have established a 30-year contract, so I don't think they should be any longer than that. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak on the Rector amendment? Senator Tenorio, then Senator Gutherts.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the intention is to take out the section because it already has the power to do that, to go further than the 30 years, or at least to allow for the 30 years, then there is no harm in allowing this provision to remain in existence. I'd like to speak to competent authority from the Guam Power and Guam Waterworks authorities on these provisions before acquiescing to them, because there's a purpose behind the language that we put in these bills, and there was a long vetting process to get to the point that we are now, and to start striking sections that say nothing herein shall repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit any law or regulation authorizing the authority to enter into any contract for a longer period. In striking that infers the opposite, that they are limited. So in absence of a more compelling argument, I don't think that this is a prudent amendment at this point. I understand, I think what the thoughts of the author are on this amendment, but I'm not comfortable with saying or striking out the section, because there's probably a legal ramification that may ensue as a result of not having this provision. So unfortunately, I must object to the removal of this language. This is responsive.
Thank you. Any other senator wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Gutherts, you were next. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I support the Rector amendment, and my reason is, you know, not too many months ago, we had a similar situation with the Port Authority of Guam, and they wanted blanket authority to enter into contracts beyond 5 years. And this legislature said, if you need something beyond 5 years, come back to us. We'll listen to you, present your case, we'll support it if it makes sense and it's in the interest of the people of Guam. So here we have an effort to give the Waterworks Authority and the Power Authority control for 30-year contracts, go beyond 5 years. And I'm very concerned about it. I'm concerned about it because we've seen situations where public has expressed, frankly, in some cases, outrage at the cost of utility services, the increasing rates they have to endure. And there's got to be some scrutiny, another level of scrutiny when it comes to making long-term financial commitments in the utilities. To give them blanket authority I think would be incongruent with what we determined to be needed for the Port Authority. So you have two different, powers.
For the senator's information, the attempted amendment to reduce it to 5 years failed, so the 30-year period remains in the bill.
In this bill. Yes, what I'm trying to say is I support Senator Rector's amendment to reduce it to 5.
That amendment already failed before this one.
Oh,
He tried that once already and it failed, and so he's just trying to get the second part of
okay.
the second amendment on this first page.
Yeah, I don't object to that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
But Senator Palacios, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in reading the sentence that is proposed to be deleted, I think that and that's my observation, is that whatever that we do here on Section 14 with respect to what it is being added on for, it says here that nothing herein, meaning that whatever that is in 14, item 14 now, shall not repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit any law or regulation already authorizing the authority to enter into any contract for a longer period of time. During the public hearing, I heard testimonies that there are, I think, regulations or laws that already authorize them to go beyond 30 years, I think. And so, even notwithstanding that we have this new amendment, which is 14, I think that the last sentence is to save those statutes, if there are any, that already authorizes the authority to enter any contract for a longer period of time, meaning for a longer period than 30 years. That's how I read this. Now, if you remove this, then whatever those statutes may be would have to be effectively amended then to a limit of not more than 30 years. That's my observation on this, and that's why I don't know if somebody would consider this again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak on this amendment? Just the striking of the last sentence. Do you wish to close, Senator Rector?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, the concerns raised about this don't really seem to make any sense to me. I just want to make sure, the way this language reads to me is that this allows them to basically put in contracts as long as they want. This one little sentence. And I don't see any harm in deleting it, and I see lots of harm in staying in. I hope my colleagues support it. Thank you.
There's been an objection. Does everybody understand the amendment? Can I have everybody's attention on the, we're going to vote on the Rector amendment to strike the last sentence in section 14. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 3, 6, 7. The amendment fails. 7. Yes, 7.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moving right along. Now moving on to section 3, I have the next amendment in the package that deletes the word with a base and replace it with for a so that now it reads, notwithstanding any other provisional law or regulation, the authority may enter into performance management contracts to manage or operate any part of the island-wide power system for a period of 5 years, and then it removes all the following language for the renewal language. This would force them to come back to us if they want to renew the contract for a longer period. If I may speak on the amendment.
Please.
Thank you. Performance management contracts are quite interesting things to me. They are backdoor privatization. Look, we've gone down this road before, and really I wouldn't support them any way, shape, or form. The trick is we've managed to gut all of our public structure, and we created a situation so that now we don't have career jobs in the government of Guam. Because we train them up, we get them at an entry level, we train people up, and then they move on to a better career, because now there's no more retirement. And as a public servant, well, there's a retirement plan. It's the worst in the nation, but the health care is appalling, and I have a sneaky suspicion it too is the worst in the nation for public servants. And so we tend to lose our career brain power to the private sector. And henceforth, they say, well, we don't have anybody to manage these authorities. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I can allow this for a 5-year period, but by then, we need to have a program in place to train our people to move through the system so that the people of Guam have good careers and they're looking out for their families and their island, not some off-island foreign contractor from France that's here just to make the money and run, the proverbial carpetbagger, if you will. It's important for our people to worry about our water, to worry about our power, about our island, and this amendment, I believe, protects that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ada, anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Argan. Senator Ada, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think the mover of the amendment certainly brings up some very valid points. But he brought up the issue about this whole thing could become self-fulfilling, and that really is not the case. For example, with Guam Power Authority, their program is that PMC contractor is supposed to bring in expertise to provide the necessary training to train our people up. That's one way that they hopefully will be able to transition out of this reliance on a performance management contract. Another program that they've started is they have actually begun an apprenticeship program approved by the U.S. Department of Labor. They've got training programs in partnership with GCC. So there is that effort to hopefully get people transition out so that our local people can actually take on the job. But it's kind of hard to even maintain. For example, we had one of our own who was the assistant generations plant manager, and he had all the necessary qualifications, but GPA couldn't hold on to him because there was another employer here on the island who was paying much more than what we're paying. So we get to that level up there where we really need that PMC to be able to bring in that expertise to be able to run that plant reliably. Now, the difference between limiting them to just 5 years versus an initial 5-year period with the option to renew for another 2 5-year periods, giving them the possibility, the distinct possibility of being able to perform the contract for 15 years, simply provides that investor and that PMC contractor with a better comfort level to be able to really commit to this project, as opposed to just simply 5 years, and then after that it's Could be a toss-up because then everything has to go out for an RFP. A bidder could come in and lowball everything, and he gets it based on price. So I think with the 5 years, what it does is it's really more of an incentive to get a bigger commitment from your contractor. And 5 years just does not do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I rise an objection to the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Addis. Senator Argan, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to rise and express some concerns with regards to the proposed amendment, but let me share at least my perspective in terms of how I envision some of these performance management contracts. And perhaps one of the things that we need to do is to go to the establishment of that particular provision in law and highlight and enumerate that any PMCs that is entered into between the government of Guam and a contractor, that there be select provisions incorporated in there for the training and the ascension or promotional opportunities for our people. I think that that's very critical because the sponsor of this amendment has some very legitimate concerns. The reality is if you're going to enter into a performance management contract, ultimately, what would be the long-term benefits for the people of Guam? One is obviously in an arrangement like that, they have procurement authorization. They may have that flexibility to be able to bring in additional resources. And the most important component goes back to the sponsor of this amendment, Mr. Speaker. It's relating it directly to running the operations, managing that entity or that particular facility, but most importantly, training our people and our managers so that eventually they can assume responsibility in the midterm and the long term. That's an extremely critical aspect that the sponsor of this particular amendment brings up. But I stand expressing my concern only because when you look, is that a reflection of my time up, Mr. Speaker? It's the first time I've gotten on the mic today. No, but I've lost my train of thought. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I think that my concern here is almost very similar to what the Oversight Chair has just expressed. If we are going to allow a PMC, at least there are options available for a possible extension for another 5 years, of up to another 5 years, or an extension beyond that. But as long as we get these individuals who are in the key critical decision-making processes, that they ensure that there is a performance record measured up towards the provisions of that contract. Because if, or after the first term, or when it's up for renegotiation 4.5 years into the contractual arrangement, and they had not promoted or provided training opportunities for our people in that particular facility, then I really don't think that the PMC should be extended. If they haven't met their provisions and their requirements under that PMC, then certainly the sponsor of this amendment has some very serious concerns that he's expressed. So, I mean, when I look at PMCs, it's more or less allowing for an external entity or a contractor to come in, manage and operate a particular facility or operations on a short-term basis, and allow for the expertise of that contractor and the training that can be provided to reach out into the employee base and the management base so that eventually the people within that particular facility and that particular government entity can assume responsibility. And one excellent example, Mr. Speaker, is obviously the 20-year contractual arrangement that GPA presently has under its operations. They assumed all of the public employees. Over time, when the public employees retired, then they had the flexibility to be able to recruit their employees under the guise of the private contractor. But that was part of the so-called, to me, it was almost a PMC. It was, although it was a build, operate, maintain, and eventually transfer arrangement. In this case, it allowed for the proper training, the proper expertise to be extended to the public employees, the GPA employees. And after a number of them retired, guess what? A few of them decided to stay within that facility, transition into the private contractor's arrangement as a private entity employee because they were properly trained. and they were given that requirement, or that particular requirement was met in terms of providing and supporting our people. So although I certainly share the concern of the sponsor of the amendment in terms of meeting those provisions, perhaps what we need to do is create a provision, if there already isn't one in law, that could authorize a PMC. In this case, it would be GPA or GWA, but would have strict provisions where, in fact, internal employees, public employees are properly trained, they're given the expertise, they're given promotional opportunities, and eventually with the intention of having them run that particular facility on their own. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I have some reservations in terms of supporting this particular amendment.
Thank you. Any other senators wish to be heard on this Rector amendment? Seeing none, Senator Rector, do you wish to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, quite interesting. I had good discussion on this, and I really appreciate my colleagues for their positive input. It's great GPA has an apprentice program, and we appreciate that. All of government of Guam used to have an apprenticeship program, and the problem is if we have an apprenticeship program and we train people up in it, we spend our money to train people up in it, and then they leave to go work for another company because it pays more money, and yet, by the same token, that other company has a PMC. We're not really, the thought is, oh, well, we're not saving money. That actually costs us more. If the company's paying the employee more, giving them better benefits, they got to make a profit on top of it. That's just silly. That's not even penny wise and pound foolish. That's just giving our money away, right? We keep creating these systems that don't work for any of us. I mean, as one of the previous speakers said, we get one of our own people being a manager down at the power plant, and then we can't keep him. He leaves to go work for another job. Well, what are we saying, that the foreign contractors that they bring in to run the power plant are getting paid less than he got paid? No, of course not. That's not happening. They're getting paid whatever the system-wide rate is, and then they're charging it back to us through the PMC, giving the people at Guam higher power bills than we would if we just paid our own people a decent salary. Now that seems to be penny wise and pound foolish. And as we see our power bills continue to increase, this will do the same thing. We have to start being smart with our money, creating career public servants that move through the system, that take care of their people and have a vested interest in their island. And we need to pay them whatever the going the market rate is so that we can retain and keep our employees. Now that being said, I heard the concern that that 5 years isn't enough. So I don't mind to extend it to up to 10 years. So therefore, I move to amend my amendment to replace 5 with 10. If that will be.
We haven't resolved the previous one. Why don't we dispose of your 5-year one, and once that...
Okay.
All right. We're voting on the amendment as is. He's going to try to, as he has it here on page 2. All those in favor of the Rector amendment as proposed in amendment number 2, raise your hand. Okay. Amendment fails. Using the same page.
Using the same page, the same amendment, just replace up to 5 years with up to 10 years.
With a period after that, and the...
With a period after that, over. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, the third line down where it says, or operate any part of the island-wide power system for a period up to 10 years, it shall now read.
How about the rest of this?
and the rest is still all deleted.
No, you just, their first part failed, up to, for a period of up to 5 years, that failed.
Okay. Thanks. My colleagues are pretty smart. They gave me good advice. I appreciate it. Then in that case, what they said is to replace in the original language of the bill, as I find it, to replace now where it says no more than 2 5-year renewal options, replace 2 with 1. So now it says and no more than 1 5-year renewal option for a total of 10 years. And all the other language stays in as it is.
Senator Ada, then Senator Ogden.
I'm objecting to reducing the number of options to renew simply because I really think it will be in the best interest of GPA and the community to get that commitment from that PMC contractor. And the longer that, and by giving him 2 options to renew for up to a total of 15 years, then it just signals greater commitment on each other's part. Now, I realize that the concern was raised about, well, if you give them 2 options to renew, we're going to renew and renew. I do have legal counsel that's looking at language to put in that caveat that, of course, each renewal, which I believe is the case now, but to make it more explicit, each renewal is really based on the evaluation of the performance of that contractor. But, to further shorten it, I don't know, I don't see what the benefit is, because after 5 years, it's going to be out for a performance review.
Senator Ogden, Senator Pangilinan, and then Senator Munoz-Barnes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to thank the sponsor of the amendment for allowing for perhaps reconsideration of his initial offer. When you're looking at 5 years with an opportunity to extend it 1 additional term up to 5 years, that's 10 years cumulative. And then there's a subsequent provision here that reads, that was not deleted, that says nothing herein shall repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit any law or regulation authorizing the authority to enter into any contract for a longer period of time. So in other words, after the second extension, or the first extension that adds up to a cumulative 10 years, they would have to go out for another RFP and insist or allow for the process to be able to be open to other potential PMC arrangements. That's my understanding. And I think that that's protecting the interests of the people of Guam in terms of not only allowing that 1-year extension up to an additional 5 years, or one-time extension up to additional 5 years, but most importantly, after that 10-year time frame, because we're talking about a PMC. We're not talking about the construction of an entire 30 or 50 or $100 million facility, which you need perhaps a more extended amortization time frame, in which this legislation provides for 30 years for a similar arrangement such as that for renewable energy. Investments in excess of $30 million. So I think that this is an extremely reasonable proposal in terms of looking at allowing for a PMC to contract for up to 5 years, and then for a 1-term extension of up to an additional 5 years for a total of 10, and absolutely nothing prohibits the authority from RFPing and going back out, soliciting some additional offers. And if in fact this company has done an exceptional job based on their performance, based on their bids, and based on the documents that they submit, there's an extremely good possibility that they will be given that arrangement for another 5 years plus a cumulative 5 years secondary option. So, I mean, that's how the system would work in my opinion, and I think it's extremely reasonable to look at allowing for this time frame to apply to a maximum of 10 years, and then giving the people of Guam that opportunity to go back and reevaluate. So I think that initial concern about from the chair of utilities in terms of allowing that secondary. I think it's already incorporated into the amendment that's being proffered, and I certainly stand in full support of it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Senator.
Speaker, if I may, I'll withdraw my objection.
Okay. But I still have Senator Pangilinan, Senator Munya-Barnes, and Senator Palacios. Just to speak on the amendment, even if they're not going to object.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I can't help but take a look at the schizophrenia that sometimes I think on this bill, which we have on the justifications for doing some of these things. We say we want to do these privatizations, because that's what we are doing now. We're just going to privatize wholesale the Guam Power Authority and the Guam Water Works Authority, regardless of the people of Guam's needs. We're just going to allow this thing to be privatized out there. And we're saying that we want to do it because the private sector, they're competitive, they're good, they're efficient, and so forth. But we want to grant them a monopoly. We want to grant them these long-term contracts in which they don't have to compete once we grant it to them. I don't know, if we did it for 5 years, then they'd have to compete every 5 years. At least we'll have competition instead of just automatic renewals based upon some criteria that we don't even know is going to be relevant. So this idea that we're going to move to privatization, but we're going to sweeten the deal and give them a monopoly when we privatize. How can that be good for the people of Guam? How can that be in the best interest of even GWA or GPA? That we lock ourselves into this thing and say, you're our partner, we're married, and sorry, divorce comes with an alimony. So that if we want to break this contract because we got, you know, a much better deal that's being offered to us, we're just going to break it. We can't break it unless we pay you off. It reminds me, I go back to the incinerator contract. That incinerator contract contained provisions that said, if we don't do things, number one, we pay millions of dollars, and we don't even have to, or we don't even have the right to audit the bills or to audit the expenditures for the liquidated damages clause. So I know that the contracts haven't been signed, but we're allowing that type of contract to be entered into. Why? Because we're not going to allow people to compete on a short time frame on this thing. Now we're talking about a PMC. They're not making major investments unless we ask them to, I guess. I don't know. Maybe that's the way it's envisioned. But we're asking people to bring their expertise and bring their people. We'll turn over the facility to them, and they're going to run it. How can that be like, you can't do that if you don't give them 15-year monopoly? I don't see it. This authorization's granted in here, pure and simple, is to continue the privatization and the disconnection of the people from its assets. And, in my opinion, with the authorizations granted in here and the length of time, ensure that they have a monopoly once they're in the door. And I don't think that is in the best interest of the people of Guam, and I don't think that is in the best interest of the utility itself. Because once again, you're going to lose any kind of flexibility, in my opinion, or you're going to limit greatly the flexibility that the authority will have and the utility will have to make some of the changes with the implementation and introduction of some new technology. And it may not be just new, maybe it's just a new philosophy, but no more. We're going to lock ourselves into this road and build a fence so that we can't take a left turn or a right turn. And maybe that left turn or a right turn is what is in the best interest of the people of Guam, and is in the best interest of the utility. But the wall that we built is just too high that we couldn't see that bend, we couldn't see that turnoff down the road because we've granted these people all these long-term contracts. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Munyan Barnes.
Sizilis Masi, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just trying to better understand where my good colleague from Kenyatta is going with this. As I look at the amendment in front of me and trying to work the couple of other amendments that he has right after that deals with the exact same section, I'm going to ask if the good author can at least yield to a question that I have, and if I can state the question based on the subsequent amendments, which all has its similarity. It just takes out whether it would be a base operation or an operate, and I know you're saying, I just want to know that if amendment that we're working on now gets approved, do the other two amendments that he has in his packet will those become moot, or will he try and entertain that and work with that, and why not? Because I understand that he's trying to come in from I guess different angles when it cites this section. So my concern is that if we're operating on
Let's deal with this one, and we'll cross that when we get there.
It just says that.
I understand that there are others, and he has tried to separate the issues. And if it
which
gets
is the same issue.
We'll get to that if we get to that. And if the chair if somebody raises the objection that we've gone over this for the fourth or fifth time, I will entertain that
Okay.
at that time.
Thank you,
Just
thank you,
on
Mr.
this
Speaker.
one.
Okay, then based on that, I'd like to just state for the record, I'm not in opposition to any kind of public-private partnerships that we work with there. I've always stated that when you have public-private partnerships working together for the government, I think it becomes a win-win for everybody. But I just want to make sure that the government in the ultimate end is able to make sure that when it comes to dealing with these contracts, that they may be able to have the opportunity to at least, I guess for me, it would be not to have the upper hand, but be able to make sure that it becomes a win-win for both sides. And as far as this partnership, so again, I will await the statements from the rest of my colleagues and then debate on how I would vote on this amendment based on the other two amendments that he has.
Thank you. Senator Palacios.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the retention of the current language. I look at this provision as like a double-edged sword. It can work both ways. Understand that the exclusion of this, or rather the denial of a renewal option to a contractor, simultaneously apply to a denial to the government of Guam to renew. And so it is, I think at the renewal point, at the end of the 5-year period, is when differences and negotiations will take place, at the end of which, of course, it would be a new contract or no contract at all. But giving the government the option to continue with the good service after 5 years, for 2 times, for as long as the good service remain, again, as attested by a performance management audit, I think is for the benefit of the people of Guam. Remember that the government of Guam still has the option not to renew, even though the contractor would want to exercise the option to renew. Again, it all depends on how the language of the contract is going to come out. But as long as there's a renewal clause there, it actually can be used by either party that is a party to the contract. And that's really how I see this. And I would rather see that the government has the option to renew the extension of a good service if at that point the government sees fit. And so I support the retention of this. Essentially, I oppose I object the removal of I object the amendment. Thank you.
I guess I allowed everybody to speak, and then I got the objection back, Senator Adam. Anybody else wish to speak on the Rector amendment? Does everybody understand the amendment being proposed? Can we have the clerk read back the amendment, please?
The Guam, okay, item 15. The Guam Power Authority may enter into performance management contracts to manage any part of the island, or manage or operate any part of the island-wide power system with a base, with the base up to 5 years and no more than 1 5-year renewal options period, not exceeding a total of 10 years, including the base period and all options period. And, nothing herein shall repeal, limit, or otherwise prohibit any law or regulations authorizing the authority to enter into any contracts for a longer period.
Is that clear to everybody? Are we ready to vote? All those in favor of the amendment as read by the clerk, proffered by Senator Rector, please raise your hand. The amendment fails. Senator Rector.
Well, seeing as I'm on such a roll, let's keep going. The next amendment in the package is just to delete the word operate from that same provision.
Just so everybody understands, the first amendment that was passed by this, or approved by this body, was to remove the opening line of notwithstanding. So when the clerk read the language, that's already been deleted in Senator Addis' first amendment. And the line should read Guam Power Authority. Okay?
Yes.
But now all we're going to do is just strike the word to operate. Do you wish to speak on that, please?
Yes, I do. Now here's where we get into some really sticky stuff. Now a PMC to manage the system is one thing. Now folks might be able to justify that because we've made public service such an unattractive profession for people that we can't retain the high quality managers that we need to run the system, which I don't really think is a good enough argument, but that being said, obviously my colleagues do. But that's to manage. To operate is a whole nother story. This means that they can bring in their own people from outside the merit system to operate our power authority. This, sir, I believe is completely and totally unacceptable. If we're just going to privatize the entire system, why didn't we just say that? Are we going to bring in H-2 workers to take jobs away from our people so that no longer do we have people from Guam being linesmen? All of a sudden we have people from Taiwan being linesmen? That's what this will allow if we leave it in. That's unacceptable for me. Our people need good jobs, good careers. They need to be able to work on the system that provides electricity to them and their families. They have a vested interest in keeping their island running right, and we don't need to have some foreign contractor coming into our island, bringing foreign workers to operate our system. Our people do a darn good job, and I would have said another word, but I don't want to get sanctioned by the body, a darn good job of operating our system. They go above and beyond the call of duty. They always have. And to even contemplate allowing a foreign contractor to come in and operate our system, it just is horrific to me. It spits in the face of all of those GPA linesmen that come out after storms and during storms and work 24-hour days to hook our power up, that jump in the trenches and repair stuff under the worst of conditions because they want to make sure that their family has power. And now we're going to tell them, well, that's fine, it's not good enough for us. Your service isn't good enough for us. Just because you did it, it's not good enough to have these jobs for your children. We're going to let a foreign contractor come in and do it. We're going to allow foreign workers to come in and take your kids' jobs. I can't be a party of that. At the very least, if you're going to allow a management company to come in and manage it, so be it. But let's not allow them to bring in foreign workers and take over our people's jobs. Our family needs good careers. Please, I ask my colleagues to vote with me on this amendment and strike out the term operate. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Abbott, then Senator Pangilinan, and then Senator Uggan.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I really totally agree with the speaker that just that made this amendment. We should not have a situation where a performance management contractor comes in and displaces our employees. In fact, when I was sitting on the CCU, the language of the contract was very careful to make sure that no employee was displaced by this contractor. But then you have the situation where we train up our employees. For example, in GPA, they go through the apprenticeship program, you train them to become journeymen, linemen and all that stuff, and then they get an offer from the power company in Los Angeles to make easy 2 times more than what they're getting, 2-3 times more. So then we get into a situation now where you don't have enough of the technical skills to be able to continue the operations. In that case, then, possibly, the contractor, under that scenario, may have to bring in some employees to fill in that gaps. But having been a part of CCU, that was one of the very important points that was protected, and that is that the employees do not get displaced. When the performance management contract for the Guam Water Works, the wastewater treatment plant or wastewater system was actually executed, there was no employee that was displaced. The only reason for displacement is for cost, if nobody was doing their job. But otherwise, these people were kept in place, they were provided the training, they were provided the tools, and you're right. You provide them with the tools and the training and with good management, and they perform just as well as any other utility man that you can find. But there may be situations, for example, you know, in a report to the PUC, the Guam Power Authority indicated that although they have made a lot of progress in training their employees for various technical and crafts skill positions, there's still a lot of other skill levels that are still lacking and need to be filled, such as, for example, they need on hand results engineers, electrical systems engineers, operations engineers. So if we can't fill those, then you know all you have as a consultant is who basically can't go further than his index finger to tell the few employees that we have. So I think we're going to be cutting off our nose to spite our face if we were to eliminate that word operate. I because there may be cases when we need to, in fact, fill that gap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Senator Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, I come to this idea that we're kind of saying we're doing some things to solve a problem, and then to solve that same problem, we're saying let's just dole out our assets here. They say that we need to do this because we can't retain the personnel because we train them and they're gone. Well, that's just not true. The fact is, number one, as far as retaining our employees, I thought that's what this CT program is. Hell, we're paying managers now. Maybe that's the problem. We're paying managers $98,000, $110,000, $130,000. But we're not paying the guys who do the work, the trenches guy. Maybe that was the problem with that. That's exactly what the problem is, because that's what they told us, the employees. So we're saying that we need to do this so that we can have the expertise. But we also said we needed to raise the salaries and give them CT personnel authority because we want to retain these employees. Well, which one do we want to do? Do we want to do both because we want to solve a problem twice? Why can't we just solve it once? No, this is just designed to ensure that we turn over this system to a different motive. And that motive is profit. If we're raising the employees' salaries, then let's go and recruit. Let's make it real competitive. And let us provide that opportunity that our neighbors and friends had with the same kind of security. So, again, when we say we're doing some things, and that's why we need to do this, and we're citing reasons that we've already solved, supposedly, why do we want to solve the same problem all over again? Unless the first solution didn't work, it can't be because it hasn't even been implemented to the degree that it should be. So we're just starting on the implementation of that, and all of a sudden we want to short-circuit that. We want to short-circuit the solution that keeps the control of this people's assets in the hands of the people. We're going to short-circuit that solution that we put in place so that we can turn the operation of these utilities to a completely different motive. I was reading a committee report on this, and one of the testimonies was saying, hey, if we could amortize this loan over 40 years, then, man, that's why the power's so expensive. You know what? I'm going to introduce a bill tomorrow that says all of those 20-year contracts can be extended to 40 on the condition that they drop the power in half. Yeah, because they're saying it costs this much for 20, so if we have 40, it should cost half as much. And we should get a 50% reduction in our power. I'm going to introduce that bill tomorrow and challenge these guys that really is the problem, that they can't recoup their cost over 40 years. And I'll bet you a dime to a dollar that we won't see a 50% reduction in the cost associated with that contract. We won't see it. And if we do, then I owe somebody $1. But let's see them put their money where their mouth is. Let's see these people who are advocating, just turn it over to these guys who know how to do it, because we don't, and we will give you low-cost power. Well, prepare yourself, boys. There's somebody that's going to challenge you to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker Pangilinan. Senator Dragon, I believe you're up next if you still wish to speak. Anybody else after Senator Dragon? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to stand up and object to this amendment only because I think the heart of the concern here goes back to what I had shared a little earlier. Maybe what we need to do is to create a provision where, in fact, any entity of the government of Guam enters into a performance management contract, that part of those restrictions would be, in order to qualify, is that no less or no more than 5% of all of your personnel within that facility can be brought in from outside. Then you have that opportunity to be able to train and to provide the necessary expertise to the individuals who are in Guam, who are residents of Guam, or who are working in that facility, in that particular operation, and give them that opportunity to move up and to ascend to a different position. That, I think, is perhaps at the heart of many of the discussions here as it applies to whether, in fact, this PMC would result in bringing in foreign laborers and not develop the local workforce. And I agree with the sponsor of the amendment. We need to stay focused on developing our local workforce so that in the end, whether it be 5 years, 10 years down the road, they are given that opportunity to not only manage, but also to operate the entire system, not under the guise of a PMC, but under the guise of their leadership position within that particular facility or that particular agency. Mr. Speaker, I just received a copy of a performance contract authorization under the Port Authority, thanks to our legal counsel. And it does provide certain restrictions in terms of what the performance management contract has to entail. And I'm looking at this and I think that even as it applies to this, I don't see any restrictions on the development or requirements on the development of the local workforce, providing necessary training, or restricting the recruitment of personnel beyond a certain percentage that I shared with you a little earlier. And I think that really that's what perhaps we need to do in terms of ultimately addressing this concern so that there can be that assurance, not only to members of this body, but most importantly to the people of Guam, that look, yes, Guam Power Authority in this case, or the Guam Waterworks Authority, or the Port Authority of Guam, or any entity of the government of Guam that is authorized by law could enter into performance management contract. But guess what? There are caveats. That no more than a particular percentage, using my example, no more than 5% of all of their personnel operating in that facility under the private contractor can be brought in. And that the focus would be on the development and the training of the local workforce. And I think that really is my perspective in terms of where we should go looking at performance management contracts. And perhaps I'm not going to make that commitment like my good Mr. Speaker from Barrigada had made, that tomorrow he's going to introduce legislation, but perhaps that's what I need to do, or members of this body need to do, in terms of clarifying any authorization for a performance management contract. Because the focus should be on enhancing efficiencies within that government entity, continuing that operations, reducing costs if in fact it's within reason, but most importantly addressing the concern that the sponsor of this amendment has shared with us repeatedly this afternoon, and that is developing, retaining, and developing our workforce, our local workforce, so that ultimately our people are the ones that will eventually, without any PMC, any performance management contract, our people, our local workforce will be able to be given that opportunity to run that facility and run it not only effectively and efficiently, but instill some additional pride in our people in terms of being able to carry out the management and that operation of that particular agency. So, Mr. Speaker, although I object to deleting the word "or operate," because I think that any PMC should be given that flexibility, I certainly stand here in reinforcing the concerns of the sponsor of this amendment. It's got to be focused on efficiency, running an operation, but just as importantly, developing our local workforce so that they can assume that responsibility in the short term or in the long term. Thank you very much. This is Mr. Speaker.
Will you be preparing an amendment for this bill? Okay. Senator Espicio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the author. That's why I'm rising to support the amendment. These two words, if left into the bill and if it became law, these two words, or operate, could really change the face of the Guam Power Authority. This is a privatization provision without the benefit of a reorganization that the management and the employees of GPA can go through themselves. You know, we've given a lot by way of public-private partnerships. I certainly support the public-private partnership done a decade ago with Temes, where they allowed for private companies to come in and assist in the power generation. But the running of those plants, Mr. Speaker, as we know, were always Guam Power Authority employees. I support, in the previous legislature, I had a bill that would make it for that anyone who can come in, a IPP, a independent power producing company or entity, can come in and provide power service, and if it's 10% cheaper than what Guam Power Authority can provide, then certainly GPA has to buy power from that company. That's a bill that I'm still trying to make its way through this legislative process. But even that concept, Mr. Speaker, would have required that this company tap into GPA's grid, but that the distribution of those energies would be done by Guam Power Authority employees. The senator who's proposing this amendment has it right. He has it right that to leave the words "or operate" in this bill could really mean that a private performance management contract can come in and not only provide the management service, but also provide employees to operate whatever requirements are to implement that contract. You know, there's some senators that stood up and said that we have to support the Guam Power Authority employees. We have to give them better pay. We have to give them better incentives to stay at the job. By leaving these words in "or operate" would really go against those kinds of commitments. I don't want to see a single Guam Power Authority employee replaced by an employee of this performance management contract. You know, let's be very clear about what we're trying to do here. Let's be very clear about what the unintended consequences will be if this amendment doesn't pass, and let's be prepared to face those Guam Power Authority employees and tell them that their jobs are on the line, because we've authorized a performance management contract. Their supervisor is going to be a private entity, but their coworker may also be someone who works for the private entity, and they may soon find themselves having more of these coworkers from this private management entity as opposed to a Governor Guam Power Authority employee who we can train from the ground up and ensure that, that they're going to be a Guam Power Authority employee, a Governor Guam employee. I don't think we should be doing this kind of backward privatization, Mr. Speaker, without even having going through a reorganization. I understand that there are things that GPA and even GWA and any other Governor Guam agency can do to improve its efficiencies, but to just merely allow for a performance management contract to not only do the management and operations to execute that contract is very concerning, and I rise in support of this amendment that would delete the words "or operate" so that we're clear that this PMC will only focus on management contributions to this authority and nothing else. So I rise in support of the amendment.
Thank you very much, Senator Espicio. Any other senators wish to be heard? Senator Espaldon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to agree with the mover of this amendment to delete the words "operate." I've always had a concern, even when we were talking about other, some of our other agencies or authorities, and again, just by looking at the title of what they're being called, performance management contracts. Management. We're basically, as my understanding of this, is you're bringing in people in with expertise to come in and help us manage the systems as it grows, as we go into this expansion mode. It's management, to be able to help train our employees, to be able to help go ahead and provide perhaps some other resources so that we can expand properly. And I agree with all the previous speakers who did note that this might have unintended consequences if we do allow the operation of any part of the island way. Any part means could also includes the whole. Because again, you take 5 parts of 5 different sectors, that's the whole. And yes, the unintended consequence may be a backdoor privatization. So I rise in support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Espaldon. Any other speakers wish to be heard? There being none, Senator Rector, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, people say that nobody's going to lose their jobs. May be true. Actually, I know it's true because we'll have civil service protection for the people who are already employed. But you know, the good Lord didn't bless me with children, but He blessed a lot of us in this room with children and grandchildren, sons and daughters, nephews and nieces. I spent 15 years teaching the public schools, seeing kids go through the system, hoping to someday be able to stay on their island and have a decent career where they can raise a family and stay here and promote what is their heritage and their culture and their island. If we allow this, we are once again basically bowing down to the colonizer's power. We're going to let foreigners come into our island, take over another aspect, bring their people on, and subjugate our own people to sitting on the sidelines, being on food stamps and wishing we had a decent job. You know, my heart bleeds for the 33,000 public school system children that go through every year. My heart bleeds for everybody's kids that are not going to have decent jobs, that are going to be replaced with minimum wage workers or H-2 workers or foreign workers, where their dad had a decent job and a decent career and were able to look after his family and build a house and send their children to college, maybe, or maybe not. But their children aren't going to have that opportunity. We are creating a system that is guaranteeing that our children are going to have a worse quality of life than us. My God, man, how can we possibly even contemplate this? This is horrible. It's just appalling to me that we should even think about this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope my colleagues support my amendment.
We're going to take a vote now.
I'd like to withdraw my objection.
Pardon? You're withdrawing your objection, but stay and vote. All those in favor of the Rector amendment, please raise your hand. The amendment passes. No. Senator Rector, your next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On to amendment number 3 in the package. And that's to add a new provision at the bottom that says, notwithstanding any other provisional law, no recipient of a PMC shall request for or otherwise work towards an increase in power rates for residential accounts. And I'd like to speak on this amendment.
You may.
Thank you, sir. You know, everybody comes to us and says, well, these PMCs are going to give us a more efficient power system. It's going to give us a more efficient, a better power system for the people of Guam. Okay. All right then. Put your money where your mouth is. If this is going to save money for our people, if this is going to reduce power rates for our people, then let's put it in the law. Let's say that the PMC cannot raise residential power rates. Let us give our people the protection that says that everything that has been proposed in this bill is true. That we're going to deliver a better, more efficient system to our people. Because I suspect we're not going to. I suspect that we're going to be like everywhere else in the world in our nation that brings in these PMCs. Our rates are actually going to increase for our families. Henceforth, if you believe what you say, and we believe that it's the PMC is the newest, greatest, best thing in the world, then let's put it in writing. Let's put it in writing that my power bill at my house isn't going to go up. Let's put it in writing that if we have a PMC, the power bill in your house, in your house, in your house, in your house is not going to go up. Let's put it in writing that their promises will be true. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Respicio, then Senator Ada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I understand the intent, but it's kind of misleading to think that if the PMC simply requests for a power rate increase, that it's going to be automatically approved. I certainly know, we all know that it's the PUC that regulates the power rates, and I don't think it's, for me, I can't support the amendment because it doesn't translate that way. It doesn't translate that if the PUC requests for a power rate increase, then it's going to be automatically granted. Then that's what this amendment implies. So I rise in opposition to it. We all know that the PUC regulates the power rates, and we all have to believe that they raise the power rates based on some methodical reason and not just because they just like raising our power rates. So I rise in opposition to this.
Thank you. I have Senator Ada, Senator Pangilinan, and then anybody else? Senator Ada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also object to the, I rise in opposition to this amendment. First of all, I think we've got to ask ourselves, when was the last time we read in the paper that the sewer down in Tumon was backing up the way it used to? When was the last time that we had these blackouts or rolling power outages because our power plants were unreliable? And since the PMC has come in, at least the Guam Water Works Authority, we haven't seen those situations occurring. Certainly the U.S. EPA, who has been watching Guam Water Works very closely, hasn't been imposing. I think it imposed a fine recently because of some other, I'm not sure what issue, but certainly hasn't imposed any fines on the Guam Water Works Authority because of non-performance on the wastewater systems. We've enjoyed pretty reliable power. So, you know, to suggest that that the PMC is not having any kind of a positive impact on the system, on our utilities, I think is grossly inaccurate. Of course, I got to also admit that, you know, it is not just one thing that spells the success. There's a combination of the PMC and bringing in its expertise, a combination of training our employees to be able to do better work, and more efficiently, more effectively. Certainly you've got better governance in the utilities now, so all that combined certainly have resulted in the quality or the level of service that we are providing, that we are receiving today. Insofar as you know, suggesting that the PMC is going to somehow guarantee that rates are not going to go up, you know, if we just take a look at the Guam Power Authority, the raises, the increases in the rates that were being imposed was not because we hired a PMC, but because the fuel that we were getting from the Middle East was just going sky high. It was just very recently that in fact the Guam Power Authority went into the PUC to ask for a rate increase in order to be able to meet its material requirements within the authority, because it hasn't asked for a base rate increase in the past 10 years. and obviously it just could not sustain that, so it had to go in for a rate increase. But it wasn't because we hired a PMC. In fact, the Guam Power Authority's report to the Public Utilities Commission showed that because of the PMC being down there in combination with the work that's being done by the employees of GPA, the reliability rate and the availability rates of the power plants are certainly much higher. They're in the 90 percentile, certainly much higher today than what it was previously. The amount of that was the savings in fuel that was being consumed has been reduced significantly, or at least the savings, significant savings has been achieved because operations were a lot more efficient. So, to suggest that the PMC is going to equate to an increase in operational expenditures is really not accurate. Mr. Speaker, I rise an objection to this amendment, and I would ask my colleagues to not support it either.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, give the guy an inch and he wants a mile. I can't believe it. I object to this amendment because if there are savings, we should reduce the rates, not just not increase them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? There being none, Senator Rector, do you wish to close? Or
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, my original thought process on this still stands. I mean, I hear these great speeches about PMCs making it more efficient. If that's true, then why would we worry about it? I mean, if fuel goes up, that doesn't have anything to do with this. Fuel charges still are different. This says if they go in and say, look, we need to have more money, we have to increase the rates on the families of Guam in order to pay for our contract. This prohibits that. They can still increase the rates on businesses, on the hotels, which is one of the reasons that we have to have such a huge capacity of power to cover the lights on the 300-room hotels and the air conditioning in those 18-story buildings. They can still do that. This just protects our families. You know, I just have a lot of trouble with when folks say everything's going to be good, but not really. We're going to say it's good, but we're not going to put it in writing and protect anybody. We're just going to say it. This would protect our families against usury, which I fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. On the Rector amendment, all those in favor, please raise your hand. The amendment fails. I guess we're now on to GWA.
Yes, we are.
Are you going to
Point of
try
order.
these amendments, or are you going to just try for the operate one?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Well, I appreciate the senators being very, in his presentation, being very prepared. But the next four amendments seems that the issue's already been debated. And I don't know if we have to go through all the things that were said for GPA. Now it's going to be said for GWA. So I don't know if so much floor debate is required or necessary. And so if he moves it, then I would move for the question as soon as he makes a motion on the floor. The next four amendments have been debated all day. You can move it though, but...
Senator Rector, you may proceed.
Thank you. So the first amendment for GWA is very simple, and I won't divide the question in order for time limits on my colleagues. As I said, we've already talked about these issues quite a lot. reduces the 30-year contract to 5 years, and deletes the authority's ability to basically give contracts for forever. Thank you.
The question's been called. All those in favor? Amendment fails. Your next amendment?
The next amendment is the same for the PMC for GWA to delete the term operate, with all the same reasoning as the last time.
All right, on the amendment to strike the words "to operate," all those in favor of the Rector amendment to strike the words "to operate"? Eight. The amendment passes. Your next amendment.
The next amendment, I would like to amend the next amendment to reflect the same amendment for GPA to make it 1 5-year extension for a total of 10 years. Just like the previous one.
All right. For GWA on this amendment, all those in favor, raise your hand, please. The amendment fails.
Now, this is a different amendment. It's to add the following language at the bottom. Notwithstanding this or any other provisional law, no recipient of a PMC shall request for or otherwise work towards an increase in residential or agricultural water rates. While it is similar to power rates, water is a whole nother issue than power, Mr. Speaker. Water is the life, is basically life. Without it, we die. This isn't something that we should even consider being able to raise that. It's already been raised enough. They can still pass the burden on to the hotels and the golf courses. To those that can most afford it, but not to our families. Thank you.
All those in... It's the one... It's
adds-
Section 5, Bill 175, subsection O of 14104 of Chapter 14. Well, no, that was, the previous failure was for GPA. This one is for GWA and agricultural and residential rates. Yes. He's completed. We've debated the issue. All those in favor of this amendment, please raise your hand. Amendment fails.
Okay. Now, this one is completely new. And is quite clear. This is clean contracting language, is what this is. And the key to this is to make sure if you are going to put forth a performance management contract, let's make sure that it's good for the people of Guam. So I move to add the following language. No performance contract shall be entered into without first submitting a copy of any contract to be entered into, an accurate cost-benefit analysis, and an economic impact statement to the legislature for approval. 2, the Office of the Attorney General shall hereby oversee the process for bidding and negotiation of any performance management contract to be entered into under the provisions of this section, and shall certify that this process was conducted in compliance with any applicable laws, rules, or regulations in writing prior to. And 3, all studies required by this provision of this section shall be conducted by the appropriate government of Guam agency and not contracted or subcontracted unless it is impracticable to do otherwise. So then if I could speak on the amendment, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Yes, we have had other clean contracting languages, and this stuff is very important, right? Everybody tells us how great these things are going to be for us, and they say it's efficient and it's going to save money. Well, all this language says is prove it. Prove it before you enter into it. Get the appropriate studies done. and get them done by public servants if it's available. If we've managed to gut our public structures so badly that our own people can't determine whether these contracts are viable, they can't determine whether we can do a compact impact study, we don't have the infrastructure to do a cost-benefit analysis, well then, that would make it impracticable, and then, and only then, could we contract out these studies. I don't see why anybody would object to such transparency, openness, and protection for all of our families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ada, anybody else wish to speak on this? Senator Pangilinan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the amendment. First of all, the process normally before a utility can enter into a contract, and in this case, a performance management contract either for GWA or for the Guam Power Authority will most likely be a contractual agreement that will cost over $1 million. The existing Public Utilities Commission law requires that any contractual arrangements that are entered into by the utilities that's over that threshold of $1 million has to go to the PUC. And that utility company has to provide the cost-benefit analysis, has to provide the studies as to what are the rate implications of entering into this contractual arrangement. So that's already being done now. And those numbers, the cost-benefit analyses, are being done by a subject matter expert. If that thing was to be brought down to here, quite honestly, I don't have the staff to be able to review it. I don't have the budget to be able to hire a consultant who would be able to, so that he can tell me whether this is cost beneficial or not. So why are we duplicating efforts? Are we so, I guess, dissatisfied with what the PUC is doing? So I just can't understand why we would have that item I. On top of that, now it says here that all studies required by the provisions of this section shall be conducted by the appropriate Government of Guam agency and not subcontracted unless it is impractical to do otherwise. Again, you know, it's basically, it was something similar to a bill that was introduced earlier this year about, you know, directing a utility company to go out and construct infrastructure out in the Chamorro Land Trust properties. But however, you've got that the utility company has to do it themselves and cannot hire a company that actually does that kind of work, because in this case, Guam Water Works Authority, really their employees basically are there to operate the system and to maintain it, but it is really not there, it is not equipped to be able to construct and expand infrastructure. So, so you know, here we are again with a similar provision that pretty much says, you know, that you cannot go out and if that's what the body wants. Well, if it was to come down here to the legislature, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess this is saying you can't go out and hire a subject matter expert to do it. You got to do it yourself. So, you know, the second part here about the Office of the Attorney General overseeing the process for bidding and negotiation to be entered into, I have no problems with that, but I do have a problems with subsection I, 1 and 3. So I stand in opposition to the amendment, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
Did you wish to divide the three, Senator Director, or do you want to vote on all three? Okay. Anybody else wish to speak? Senator Blas.
First off, Mr. Chair, are you dividing the question?
I don't know. It just seems if Senator And it has no problems with double I, that it would seem if we could get double I in without I and triple I, maybe it might be better if we just divide it as three different ones. Let's just take I for right
Okay,
now.
which is where? Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the issue I have with basically I is although it appears to be something as innocuous as being able just to do it, I'm really concerned about saying an accurate cost-benefit analysis. How do you qualify accurate? And really that's subject to an interpretation there. And we can get into a long, drawn-out discussion with regards to this, but I too have some issue with that. So therefore, if we're dividing this question, I have stand in opposition to this amendment.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Can the Sergeant at Arms please get the mover? Do I have any pages? Can somebody get Senate Director? We're ready to vote. All right.
I'm back. Sorry.
Did you wish to close, or should we just vote?
Yes, I would like to close. On the divided question, are we just voting on one now?
Yes.
Or single I? Yeah. You know, folks, look, when we talk about doing these studies protect the people of Guam. That's all they do. And they're by somebody other than the company that wants to get the contract. Realistically, I don't want a study done by the people that want to get the money. That doesn't make any sense. It's like some big PMC, some big foreign contractor comes in and says, okay, I got the contract. And we say, well, turn around and give us a study to show that it's a good contract. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to come up with a study that says, yes, it's a great contract. This is why we need to have an independent study that will protect the people of Guam. Please, let's make sure that our children have a better life and are protected against usury and bad foreign contracts. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of Amendment I, please raise your hand. The amendment fails. Well, then find me 7 more. On double I, all those in favor of double I? No objection?
But I want to vote for it.
Pardon?
I'd like to vote for it. No objection.
No objection? On triple I, it passed without objection.
Triple I is going to vote because I didn't pass. Draw the draw.
Okay. Thank you.
Second, the last amendment is the same as the one here.
And the last amendment is the same as the previous one.
So you would, yeah, so you want both.
Mr. Speaker, if I may just say, if I could amend the failed amendment on line 1 for consideration by the body.
Okay.
And it would just to take out the cost-benefit analysis, and it would just say that no performance management contract shall be entered into without first submitting a copy of any contract to be entered into to Legislature and Guam for approval.
There's an objection? The amendment reads, "No performance management contract shall be entered into without first submitting a copy of any contract to be entered into to the Legislatura for approval." All right. Any, Senator Pangolin, do you wish to speak on your amendment? Did you wish to speak on your objection? Please.
I guess the concern I have is that the agency, I guess in this case Guam Waterworks Authority, is going to sit down with the contractor and they're going to negotiate a contract. And then, so they can sit there for however long it takes to negotiate a good contract. And then I'm wondering, where does that go next? Does it go to the Public Utilities Commission, where right now it normally would go, and the Public Utility Commission reviews it for to take a look at the rate implications? And I guess if there's, I'm not sure just how much it evaluates the merits of the negotiated agreement. But my concern is that then let's put the PUC aside for a minute, but Guam Waterworks and the contractor, they negotiate an agreement, then it comes down here to renegotiate, to maybe undo what was agreed to up there. If that's the case, then maybe the Guam Legislature should negotiate the contract with the contractor, and we just get rid of the middleman. Quite frankly, I don't want to go down that path. So, so it is because of that that I object to it coming down to the legislature for approval.
Anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Rector, anybody else? Please, Senator Rector. Go ahead.
I find it interesting that it's okay for the legislature to pass laws and enable these PMCs, but it's not okay for us to approve the contracts that are entered into? That kind of logic doesn't work for me. We would be shirking our responsibility to the people of Guam by saying, oh, it's okay, do whatever you want. We don't care, we're washing our hands of it. Raise the power rates. Get the gold-plated platinum executive package where there's a golden parachute for every executive, and corporate headquarters gets bonuses coming out the wazoo, and there's golden stock options in it, and everybody comes out happy in the corporate headquarters. We'll just wash our hands of it. No, no, and no. This is a great amendment. Thanks to Senator Pangolinan. This is a great protection for the people of Guam. At the very least, if it's a good contract, what do they have to fear? I stand in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Any other senators wish to speak? Not hearing any other speakers. Senator Pangolin, you may close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I thought the objection was we don't have the subject matter experts to help us review the cost-benefit analysis and why require this thing and who's going to do it and so forth. So let's just do away with that. Let's just we'll take the company's cost-benefit analysis of this contract. We'll take the agency's cost-benefit analysis and we'll pour over it, just as we're going to pour over the EIS. We don't have any subject matter experts, but we're going to do our best, and we're going to do so and make a judgment based on what would be, in our opinion, in the best interest of the people of Guam. I think we can do that from PMC. I wouldn't be so troubled about this if it was just a regular PMC, but this is privatization. We're giving up control over our assets to an outside entity. and we're going to privatize the lifeblood of every human being on this earth, which is water, and put it in the control of somebody else. You know, I passed a law earlier that asserts the right of the people of Guam to the water. Believe me, we're going to have to defend that law. I hope GWA is ready to defend it, because we're going to have to. We're going to have to defend it from the military. We're going to have to defend it from all these developments that want to dig their own well and pump up the water to meet their needs without regard to everybody else's needs. So we needed somebody to ensure that they're going to look at everybody else's needs, the entire community. And that, you know, for lack of another structure, I placed that in the GWA because that's part of their mandate. But we also play a role in terms of the disposition of the authorities over that lifeblood. And I think that this would allow us to at least be included in the process to give another avenue for the people of Guam to voice their concerns, to raise any objections they have, or give their support to what GWA would contemplate for in terms of the terms and conditions of these contracts that will divest ourselves of control over this, over the term of this contract. So again, I made that amendment because the argument, one of the major arguments I heard was we don't want to continue to do these cost-benefit analysis because we don't want to be able to do that. So let's do away with it. We'll just take what's given to us, but we'll do our own analysis on the terms and conditions of the contract and make the best decision we can. I think we put this in the landfill contracts and things like that. So all of these issues, again, have continued to be debated, especially when we're giving up control over the assets of the people.
Thank you. Having closed, there having been an objection, all those in favor of the Pangilinan Amendment, please raise your hand. On the Pangilinan Amendment, the amendment fails. Senator Rector, did you wish to move on your last set, or will you just go on double I? Thank you. Anybody else have any amendments or wish to speak on Bill 3175? Senator Pangilinan, you're recognized. Back in session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have two amendments. One is being copied, and the other one's very simple. It would be on page 3, section 5, line 7 and 8. I would like to amend that we delete the oh, no. Okay. I would like to delete the words Guam's drinking water so that the performance management contract would be to manage any part of, rather, just delete the words drinking water or, so that it would read, the performance management contracts to manage, if I recall correctly then, or operate has been deleted in that section, to manage any part of Guam's wastewater system, so that you would take out Guam's or drinking water, or, so that the management and the control of Guam's drinking water remains with the Guam Water Works Authority and is not sent out to be managed or controlled by any outside entity.
Do you wish to speak any further on that?
I think it's pretty simple. I think I think my colleagues understand the rationale, the philosophy behind the amendment, and I'll spare everyone any additional rhetoric. We all know where we stand. We'll just vote on it. I'll be happy to just vote on it.
Senator Adda has a comment.
No, not comment. A point of inquiry. I really would like some clarification. Because when the performance management contract is issued, the entity that's issuing the contract is the Guam Water Works Authority. So they still maintain control over the contractor, who is managing Guam Water Works Authority's assets. So I don't understand how that Guam Water Works Authority has relinquished its responsibility for Guam's drinking. Sorry, I didn't get that. Guam's drinking water system?
No, it's just Guam's wastewater system.
Guam's drinking water. So I just don't understand. I mean, to manage any part of.
I thought the amendment was to strike drinking water and just say Guam's wastewater systems, because you want the drinking water system to remain with GWA.
And I guess that's why I'm asking for clarifications, because how does GWA, in contracting a PMC to manage and operate, or in this case just to manage Guam's drinking water system, how have they relinquished the responsibility for making sure that Guam's drinking water system is now turned over to some private contractor? They have not.
Do you yield, Senator Pangilinan?
I really need to understand that.
Can you help?
The way I see it, Mr. Speaker, is that the management, the day-to-day operations, the decisions that made of where water goes, how it's deployed, and all that is part of the management. And that's going to be part of the decision of the management company. How much water you're going to be able to pump from the well, how much this well is going to be able to produce. If we allow them to, they can, as part of the management, they can decide who gets to sink a well and things like that. Now, if all of those are not going to be part of the management authority of this management company, then that's fine. But I could also see where a management contract allows those kind of management decisions to be made by the contractor who makes those kind of decisions. So to me, that's how I can see it. If it's not going to happen that way, then okay, I'm just not sure that that's going to be the case. So I'm being a little cautious on this, and those are my concerns.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to be heard? There being none, all those in favor of the Pangilinan amendment, please raise your hand. Six. The amendment fails. Anyone else wish to be heard on Bill? Senator Pangilinan, you have a second amendment.
Yes, thank you very much.
Has it been distributed?
Yes, it should have been.
It's up there.
It would be an amendment to add a new section 8 to the bill. And then renumber Section 8 to, which is the severability clause, to Section 9. And again, Mr. Speaker, this was in response to the concerns I had voiced earlier about how this bill was first presented. It was first presented as we needed it in order to do renewable energy. And it was done after RFPs were issued setting out the terms and conditions of these RFPs. And so what this would do would be allow then basically a new RFP to be issued out where everybody knows exactly what the authorities are contained and the terms of those of these contracts and what they could be for in terms of length. So Section 8 would read, no contract shall be awarded by GWA and or GPA under the authorizations granted herein containing terms authorized herein in any solicitation issued prior to the passage of this act. So that it just, we can go forward if this bill passes under 30-year contracts, 15-year renewables and all that. But if those are not the terms that were in an earlier solicitation, then the playing field is not level, and that we don't know what we would get if these terms and conditions is what is released out there to everyone that's interested. And we may get 5, 6 new interested bidders because now it's guaranteed 30 years because that's the authority versus before where, well, we can guarantee you 20, but give us a proposal for 30. Their pencil's not as sharp when they do that. Their pencil will get a little sharper when they know they got 30 and they're guaranteed 30 and so forth. So that's the amendment.
Thank you. Senator Ada. Senator Calvo, did you have your hand raised? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment. In essence, what this amendment would do, first of all, let me just lay the groundwork. Earlier this year, the Guam Power Authority formulated its request for proposals for renewable energy power plants. And it sent out these proposals, and it got 3 responses. 3 bidders came in. Now, when they sent out this RFP, part of the specification was to be able to provide renewable energy for a period of 20 years or more. In other words, the arrangement would be that Guam the Guam Power Authority would actually enter into a power purchase agreement from these power plants. And so the responses came in, and the responses are still undergoing evaluation. Now, when those RFPs went out, there was 3 responses that they received. 2 bidders came in proposing to provide renewable energy power using solar and photovoltaic, and 1 proposed to provide renewable energy power using wind power. 2 of the bidders came in proposing to offer it at 20 years, and only 1 came in at 30 years. I suppose that what would happen then with this amendment is it would effectively then have to throw out those responses that were received, and Guam Power Authority is going to have to go through the process again. And fine. I guess the implication of that is that it will delay the process, because one of the requirements in the RFP is that the successful bidder must be able to, I believe, have the power plant up and running within 2 years. So this is just going to push that back a bit. The real concern that I have, though, with this, by having to throw out that amendment, these proposals, is anybody going to come back again after we put out an RFP? So I'm not sure that we're doing ourselves a favor by throwing those out. So, and if the concern is that this is just a protest waiting to happen, that may, and it may not happen. So who's to say? I feel confident enough that because the RFP did say provide power for 20 years or more, if 20 years was a good enough time to recoup the investment, then if there was actually more investors out there, then they probably would have been lining up at the door. But in this, that's not the case here. So I rise in opposition, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Hatta. Any other senators wish to be heard? Senator Director.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in full support of this amendment. Yeah, I find it really, really hard to understand the logic of GPA did something they weren't allowed to do. They issued an RFP that is contrary to law, contrary to their authority. They gave themselves an authority to issue an RFP, and they went forth and did so, and now we have to go back and justify their actions? That's like the tail wagging the dog. Well, I'll tell you what, this dog doesn't want to be wagged by the tail. That's not why the people of Guam elected us. We got to be responsible for these things. You know, this doesn't do anything that's bad. It does something that's good. It says, look, if we're going to pass this new law and allow all these 30-year things in these PMCs, then you're not going to be able to backdoor it and have some sweetheart deal that people bid it on without the full knowledge of what they were bidding on. I don't see how anybody would want to justify basically something that was illegal. This protects us. This protects the people. All it says is like, look, if this law passes, you've got to issue new RFPs so everybody can bid on it. I don't think anybody in the business community would oppose that. Well, except maybe the ones that got the contract already. They might oppose it. But even they, if they're good at what they did on the first one, then they should be fine on the second one. I rise in full support of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? Do you wish to close?
Again, Mr. Speaker, what this contract, if the rationale that we've all been advocating for in the terms and conditions or the authorizations in this law, that when you extend the term, you're going to get lower rates, you're going to get a better deal. The people of Guam are going to have to pay less or will not have to pay more for a longer period of time. If not all of that is true, then wouldn't a 30-year contract then be like 1/3 less than a 20-year contract because of or at least if the cost of the ultimate recovery is, I don't know, just take a look at your mortgage like they say. If you have a 30-year mortgage of $100,000 and you go over a certain period of time, you may pay less up front, but you pay more at the end. So whatever the justifications are, but the justifications were that we're going to have better rates if we amortize this thing over a longer period of time. Well, when people were told, the only guarantee they had was 20 years. So even if their RFP went out for 20 years or more, the guy's not going to, now backload his recovery in that 10-year period. He's going to front load the recovery of his investments in that 20-year period because that's the only thing he's guaranteed. And he may be able to do the next 10. And so he's going to minimize his risk to the greatest degree possible for the recovery of his investment. He's not going to put that recovery and backload it because he might not get it. So now everybody knows that I have 30 years, my pencil is going to be targeted towards that recovery period, and therefore I'm going to be able to give the best deal I can. Secondly, again, the idea was that there may be people out there that took a look at this And we saw it in all these arguments on the bond issues and all that was, oh, what is guaranteed and what is not guaranteed and what is authorized by law and what needs to be amended. I mean, we had those discussions from our bond counsel, from the district court judge on all of these things and doing the bond issues and so forth, that you can't expect that you're going to get the best deal you can when it's a contingent on action that's going to happen. So it's got to be on what is currently authorized, what is legally sufficient, and what is in statute. And that's the only thing you can depend on. So these companies who took a look at the RFP and said, you know, my normal business practice says nothing less than 30 years. I'm not going to put in a bid for 20 and maybe 10 because that's just not my business philosophy. Are there businesses out there like that? Yes, there are. Do we know if they're going to bid on this project? Is it worth their while? We don't know. But the idea is that we want to expand this opportunity to the greatest field of interested parties. And when you say we can guarantee you 30 years, we may just get one or two people. We may not. But we know that this community of Guam, this business environment of Guam, this government of Guam is not going to be going and putting out RFPs for under one set of terms, coming back and changing them so that they can award them, and then somebody comes along. I mean, that's what we have these protests going on for, because we do those things. And so, again, yeah, maybe a little bit more trouble. Yeah, we may push back our timelines a little bit. But take a look at some of the things in the committee report. It's absolutely true. I mean, in GPA's own report there, it says GPA has 595 megawatts capacity and peak rate demand is 256. That's twice. You know, a little bit, even more than twice our requirement. Take a look at some of the comments in there that the IPP is not the most cost-effective way to go. Take a look at some of the, and this is GPA's own internal documents, that we could save maybe $7 million a year by not going through IPPs, just from the financing. Just from the financing side. So, just from the financing side, if we had somebody that said, I'm going to do some 30-year and guarantee, you can guarantee me that I'm going to reduce the rate, I'm going to reduce the cost of this project because my recovery period is longer. And that's all this does. It makes the playing field level, makes it equal, everyone operates under the same set of rules, and not one where we have a business environment that we go out, change the rules in the middle of the game and say nobody else can play. It's a new game, but nobody else can play because we've already got our players. That's not the kind of business environment we want for our community and for this government to represent to investors out in looking for opportunities on our island. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Would someone get the senators that are, I think we have 3 that are in the conference room. All right, on the Pangilinan amendment, all those in favor of the Pangilinan amendment, please raise your hand. The motion passes. Are there any other speakers on Bill 175 that wish to be heard? Senator Pangilinan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, what we're attempting to do here, I think everybody has what they believe would be the best way to proceed. And this is probably the most clear-cut case of a difference in philosophy with regards to what government should be. And I know that people are going to say, I'm very clear. I want big government. I want government to run everything. No, I don't. But I want what belongs to the government and what belongs to the people to be deployed for its economic value that would benefit the people most. And the structures that are being authorized in this bill, in some instances, even GPA is saying may not be in the best interest of GPA itself, may not be in the best interest of the people of Guam. Given what their experiences have been, they were useful for a time and for a moment and for a purpose, but as a general going forward structure, it may not be the best way. Let me just kind of, and and I'll just read what it says. For example, independent, and they are correct, independent power producers have for the most part delivered on promise of high reliability and efficiency as shown in their figures here. However, for a well-run utility with access to the municipal triple exempt bond market, independent power producers are not the least cost option. So we're presenting all this and saying, let's give them 30-year contracts because they cost less to operate and they cost less they would cost the people of Guam less. But GPA, in terms of looking at that, if they had the tools, and that's a big if probably, but they don't even say that here. They just said well-run utility. And I think we want to say we have fairly well-run utility, that it would not be the least cost option. Studies conducted for GPA have concluded that refinancing the capital portion of these contracts at GPA's bond interest rates would lower GPA's cost by about $5 to $7 million a year annually. So we're going to require these independent power producers or these performance management contractors to go out and finance these improvements to the system, either brand new construction or boiler tube capital equipment for repair and all of that. Yet they are telling us that from studies conducted for GPA by outside, that this kind of arrangement would cost the people of Guam basically $5 to $7 million more, or cost right now $5 to $7 million more. So these are some of the issues that I look at, and there are several advantages to a public power operation system, according to the studies conducted. Public power has no profit motive. It's obvious that the private companies exist to make a profit. It drives them to compete and is at the root of their survival. However, a well-run public utility will produce power at a lower cost than a similarly operated and sized for-profit utility. So, do we want to spend our time, our energy, our resources putting in place these kind of systems which will cost us more? Or do we want to put in our time, our energy, our expertise into running a well-run public power system that will cost less, according to studies conducted by GPA? I'm not making these up. These are independent studies that were conducted on behalf of GPA. And maybe now it's time whether we should question that. Access to lower interest, triple tax exempt community bond financing. These private, the independent power producers don't have that. That's one of the components that allows GPA or a well-run public power facility to lower its cost to the people. Access to FEMA funding, for example, is another benefit of a well-run public power system. And do we give up some of these things with these independent power producers? And what happens when typhoons come and they suffer damage, and now they have to make additional investments to repair their facilities and so forth, and now they're not subject or they're not eligible because they're completely independent to FEMA funding for the repair, and they have to go out to the capital markets and get more money, then somewhere along the line they have to recoup that cost, and now they have to recoup that cost over a shorter period of time because the contract may have elapsed in terms of how long it's been in place, and now they have to recoup that capital cost for repairs over a 5-year period because that's the remaining term of their contract, and they don't know if they're going to get it extended, so they're not going to repair it for free. They're going to ensure that they recoup their costs when they repair that thing. Access to federal grants and federal loan programs. These are, and then GPA is an economic catalyst for Guam. And of course, there are several disadvantages. I don't think we want to, say public good, private bad. No, there are give and takes. There are, differences and good things about one and disadvantageous things about others. And of course, they talk about things like arcane, restrictive procurement rules that are ill-suited for an industrial operation environment. That's a disadvantage of GPA right now, they're saying. Well, you know what? We don't need an independent power producer to solve that problem. We can just change the laws. If they can prove to us that this is going to result in, let's just change some of the procurement laws and keep them going. We don't need to privatize it in order to get around that. We can change that law so that it doesn't restrict them, so that anything that is restrictive and archaic can be changed. Why don't we put our time and effort into doing that and keep the assets of the people of Guam in the control in the hands of the people of Guam? So that's one. Limited pool of local expertise. We don't have access to experience and very specialized engineering. Well, you know what? Why do we say we're going to allow an independent power producer to pay $200,000 to an engineer to come and tell our people and guide them? Why don't we just hire that $200,000 engineer to be an employee of the government of Guam? I mean, if all of these things if this entity can convince this body that if we change these things, we will have a well-run public power system fully controlled by the people of Guam, and it'll run just as well if we made these changes. I mean, why do we need to pay Mr. Manning $2.5 million a year, to tell our people, to take the suggestions of our people and say, this is what we need to fix this? I remember reading the receiver's first report, and he was saying, oh, we made such great strides. We even put in a shower for the employees at the ORDOT dump. You know what? Those employees have been asking for that shower. The only difference is the judge ordered the governor give him money and put that in. So maybe we just need a judge. We don't need a receiver, because our people know what needs to be done. And if we can change some of these structures in our public power system, then we can fix the problem and we can invest in our own system and take out the profit motive. And believe me, we can reduce the cost. And I'm not one to say just reduce it for the residential. Let's reduce it for our business community as well. Let's share in the savings across the spectrum of people who pay for the cost of power. So I'm not one to say, business, you just keep paying and I'm going to take all the savings and give it to the residents. That too, there's got to be some give and take here. So I'm one that says, if we can save money by investing in our own system, our own people, and our own personnel, and change some of these laws, then let's pass those savings on to the people and the businesses that use the system. I think the problem is we don't have the confidence given some of the track record, but I'm telling you, we know that our people can do it, and it just takes leadership, and it takes a change in leadership that will give this government and the people of Guam a new way of running our government. Let's not go back to the old days. Let's not bring back old ways. Let's look forward to the new day that will deliver a new way of running this government that leaves it in the people's hands. That's what we need, that's what we want, and it's got to start at the top. And these kind of things are not new. We know this. This is our own people telling us, and much more importantly, these are outside experts saying, people of Guam, this is what you need to do, and you can control your assets, you can lower your cost, and you can pass those savings on to the people. You don't need to put all your money into putting in these kind of new ways and new systems that we have been able to stabilize a portion of this system. Let's now build on that stability that we've put in place. Let's add some of the new technologies. Let's bring on additional expertise. Let's pay our people more so that we keep them, or we bring on new ones that we can attract with a more attractive pay scale. And let's do it that way rather than taking the easy way and the more costly way of just turning it over to someone and say, here, you take care of it, and we'll only get mad when it doesn't work. I say we need to take a look at exactly what it is that we want for our community, and who do we want to benefit from the assets of our community and the people of Guam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Pangilinan. Anybody else wish to speak on Senator Rector? Yes, the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've had a lot of discussion today on this bill, and most of it's been really good discussion, I think. Obviously, lines have been drawn in the sand on a number of issues here by this legislature. But you know what? It's everybody at home that's going to be affected by this. Not just because if this passes, their monthly power bills are going to go up. Not just because if this passes, our monthly water bills are going to go up. But everybody that calls this island home, everybody that has a son or a daughter or a nephew or niece or a grandkid, is going to see our lifestyle go down the tubes because we're going to allow foreign corporations to come in and take over our island and take over control of the assets of the people of Guam if this passes. I can't stand for that. And I don't think the people of Guam will stand for it. You know, everybody that's standing at home right now and watching this on television, this is your opportunity to fight for your families. This is your opportunity to make your voice heard and participate in your democracy. You need to call each and every one of us and let us know how you feel about this bill. You know how I feel. Keep the assets of the people of Guam in the hands of the people of Guam, controlled by the people of Guam. If you agree with me, you better let everybody else know, because we didn't get the votes through to get the amendments through. But maybe we can get the votes to defeat this bill on November 13th. Thank you.
Any other senators wish to speak? Senator Palacios on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Substitute Bill 175 as amended. Bill 175 as amended, and again through the process, come out to be a sound bill, Mr. Speaker. It will strengthen the agency's position when negotiating for a contract, and it's all in the interest of the people of Guam. It contains sufficient safeguards to prevent abuses. It requires annual performance audit, at which point, of course, we will be able to determine whether the performance is good or not. And of course, it provides for the cancellation of a contract for cause. Again, this gives the advantage of the government agency to be able to bid out or to get into a contract for services that is in the best interest of the people of Guam. I rise in support of Bill 175. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Palacios. Any other senators? If not, Senator Addy, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, first of all, would like to thank my colleagues who have participated in the discussion. I truly appreciate their input. just a couple of comments that I would like to ask. Bill 175, of course, is to give the utilities the authority to enter into these long-term contracts of up to 30 years, and to also enter into performance management contracts with a base period of up to 5 years, with an option to renew, 2 options to renew, with each renewal option being 5 years. Now, the current law basically limits PMCs right now to just 5 years, and then after that 5th year, we have to go out and rebid. There is the last time that authority was given to enter into a long-term contract was a couple of decades ago when we had the power out. We were having the blackouts here on Guam, which then resulted in the purchase of the diesel generators and also the authorization for the independent power producers. So, you know, since that was basically the genesis of the independent power producers and the use of performance management contracts. And we just really need to ask ourselves, well, so then what were the circumstances that caused us to get into this situation now where we are using PMCs and IPPs? And if you recall, we always used to read in the paper about sewage overflowing in Tumon, boil water notices, and we haven't heard of those since. We have gone to using PMCs, the water system, and also for our wastewater system. I fully agree with the remarks of the senator from Barrigada that the public power system certainly is a lot less expensive because it is not out there for, you know, it is not there for a profit motive. And if that is the case, well, so I don't deny that. Obviously, these independent power producers, they have to pay back for the money that they borrowed. They have to make a profit also. So then if, you know, if we want to eliminate that profit component that's being charged to us, then maybe we need to pass legislation to authorize GPA to go out and borrow, if they have any capacity left, so we can buy out the IPPs. We talk about, you know, why should we have to pay $200,000 for some engineer that the PMC is bringing in? Maybe for half of that, we could probably, or 2/3 of that, we can probably bring in our own engineer and replace that and come out with the savings. But, you know, realistically, we all had a real difficulty in even just passing the certified technical professional pay scales, which brings the employees up to the 10th percentile of the industry pay level. It doesn't even bring them up to at least be making half of what their counterparts are making. So, you know, it's just, wow, that's really great. You know, let's pay all our linemen and the same rates that they're paying in Los Angeles, and I'll vote for that. But really, you know, who in the end is going to have to pay for those increases? The consumers. Somebody's going to have to pay for it. I'd just like to read a real quick statement as to reasons why GPA contracted its first generation PMC. That's when it first entered into the PMC for the Cabras Power Plant. And this is the words of the general manager himself, Mr. Ken Flores from the Guam Power Authority, and he says, GPA had needs and deficiencies. It would spend millions rehabilitating plants only to have the same situation recur a few years later. And it wasn't because the employees did not care. It was we did not have the level of technical expertise. We had the limited pool of technical expertise to be able to sustain the improvements that were actually put in. So I would ask my colleagues to consider that we really need to support this bill. I believe that it is in the best interest of the community to be able to maintain the services that are currently being provided through PMCs and through IPPs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you wish to make a motion?
I would move to move Bill 175 down to the voting file. What, 175, do I?
As substituted and amended on the floor.
As substituted and amended on the floor, yes.
Thank you. Any objection? There being no objection, 175 is moved to the voting file. Senator Respicio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you. We stand in recess until 9